Well, I don't know what the hell happened there, guys. I do apologize for the late arrival and 10 minutes of listening to background music. StreamYard decides to have a paddy. I'm not even sure what happened, to be honest with you, because the audio wasn't working, which happened last night on the stream. So I could have still carried on. You guys would have heard me, but I wouldn't have been able to hear anybody else who joined. So I thought it was better to work it out while there was no one there than leave them hanging. So apologies for leaving you guys hanging. And then, of course, when I did get everything up and running, everything else decided to stop working. So, yeah, my biggest probably issue with StreamYard is that all the functions, for anybody who haven't used StreamYard, all the functions like turning music on and off, turning the backgrounds on and off, they're all in one long column down the side. You've got to scroll down. So there's no way of turning the music off and showing my face at the same time. So you either got to see me and then wait for me to turn the music down and then I start talking. Or I got to turn the music down and then have nothing for a few seconds while I get rid of the background. So, yeah, it's a bit annoying. They should have that stuff a bit more readily available. But here we are, Cold Fusion stream. The 4th. Is it the 4th? I don't actually know. I think it's the 4th Cold Fusion stream I've done, I believe. I may be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, yeah, Cold Fusion. And for anybody who's new to the channel or new to Cold Fusion, the point of this stream is to be just like a kind of open forum for any chat. It doesn't have to be Lego, doesn't even have to be Star Wars. It can be pretty much anything and everything. But the main point is to kind of get to know some new people in the community, familiarize ourselves with some new names and faces, and get to know each other in this kind of in this environment or this arena, if you like. So obviously I didn't actually invite people so much this time as like I have in the past, as much as I've just kind of shared it out with a load of people. So every time I've done one of these Cold Fusion streams, I've started them on my own generally, and being like, oh, is anybody going to come? Is it going to be a bit of a waste of time? Am I going to be talking to myself for God knows how many hours? And at some point during the stream or multiple points during the stream, I always end up having to kind of, ask people to leave or kind of tell people to kind of wait before they joined because we've got too many people on screen. So I like to think this one will be the same. So if you're here just to watch, it's quite entertaining because you get to see some new people or some regular faces or some family favorites or some people who you seen before and get to see them chatting and talking and being a bit more themselves, a bit more relaxed outside of the normal environment. And if you're just watching and you want to join in, then obviously the chat is there for you to join in and engage, ask questions, suggest topics for us to talk about. But also there's the option for you to join the stream right here with me, alongside me and whoever else pops up throughout the course of the stream. The way you would do that is normally put the stream link in the chat, which I will do shortly. But if you're there and you're waiting at the moment and you're waiting for the stream link, just let me know and I will send it out to you. The best way is via Instagram, so I can just cut and paste it there for you. And then you just join and we can have a little bit of a chat. So let me know. Brick Hive's out there. We're doing Hive. Good morning. I'm driving to the store, but I'll be listening. Yeah, mate, it'd be lovely if you can jump on at some point today or later on. I am doing an evening stream as well, 10 p.m. until 2 a.m. UK time, which would be a 5 till 9 for you guys in the US. So if that suits the US guys a bit better, come along there. But yeah, thanks for joining in and thanks for watching. Ultra's out there as well. I'll be doing Ultra and Wittykeys. Sent out a little message. Unfortunately, Wittyke, my usual kind of band of brothers, is not available today. I haven't really heard from Slurpee. I'm not sure what's going on with him, but a bit of crunchy ASMR there. But Wittyke, I know, is in work most of the day. Nimble's playing football right now. We'll be on tonight's stream. So yeah, looking for a starting point, really. Anybody else in the chat there at the moment, just let me know what you want to know, what you want to talk about. Also, good topic. Let us know. I don't really want to be full screen the entire time, but I think if I do this, it doesn't really work. Group layouts don't really work. And if I do this, it kind of just cuts the screen in half. Or I do this and it makes me really small and there's nothing else to look at. So it's kind of, or just nobody. So yeah, it'll be this for now until somebody else joins. So yeah, I'm going to just want to pop the link in the chat. Let's have a look. Somebody asking if I'm at a convention in my hometown in Barry. The answer is no, because I'm here. Which could be asked, to be honest with you. Right, I'll stick that link in the chat. I'll pin it to the top then as well. I've spoken to quite a few people today who plan to come along, who mentioned they're going to come along or have been asking, when's it going to happen, and they'll pop on or whatever. Whether they do or not is up to them. Obviously, I don't force anybody or hold anybody out. But yeah, there are a handful or so of people who will be joining us at some point throughout the course of the day. So yeah. Ultra's given us a good question there, so I'm going to answer that in just a sec. Let's get this linky poo in the chatio, and let's link it to the top. Now, if you're out there and you're watching, and you're a lurker or a troll, we have a few, unfortunately. Yes, you may say yes, you've got the opportunity to come on and do some damage. But let's not forget, I still have the opportunity to not let you into the studio. I don't know who you are, or I can let you on the stream and then boot you back off. So, but I think it makes entertaining value. So if you're out there and you're like, no, I'm just going to raid this guy's stream and say something naughty, I welcome you the opportunity to debate you and argue back and give you as good as you get, or give you as good as I get. So I'm up for it. So let's see. First question from one of our oldest viewers, the Mighty Ultra Bricks. I'll get you started. Plans for your background display. Any new sets you plan to add to it? Would you want to add it but don't have? Okay, so any sets to add? There's not really any sets on my display. There's a reason for that, and I'll get to it. At the moment, built sets there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, pardon me, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 built sets, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 10 sets in boxes. Of the 11 built sets, one isn't genuine Lego. 1, 2, 3, 4 are Kirsty's. One is mine and Kirsty's, the trash compactor. Actually, there's 5 that's Kirsty's. So of all the sets that are built behind me, only 1, 2, 3 of them are actually mine. So there's a reason for that. I've only put stuff on this shelf that means something specific to me. Now, this isn't like, I mean, it's supposed to be a bookshelf, but when we notice when you put like larger books in there, they overhang. So paperbacks are fine. But it's not, was never supposed to be like a Lego, specifically Lego display. It's more of a kind of background. I mean, it's just a shelving unit we already had. I didn't buy it for this stream. I bought this shelving unit long before it was even on YouTube, I think, or in the community. But it just sort of fit in that piece of wall that we had, again, before I started streaming. So it fit in there quite nicely, and I just thought, well, I don't really want to just put Lego sets on it because most of them don't fit, because the shelves are only kind of so deep. I mean, you could probably get maybe 2 boxes deep on there. So a lot of the sets, like even the trash compactor, which is quite narrow, hangs over. So it's not supposed to be like a Lego background display. If you want to see one of those, go to pretty much any and every other YouTuber in the world, or any other Lego creator or YouTube chat in the world. They've all got one, and it's like, yeah, don't get me wrong, I'd want to have that, but would I want to have that as my background display? I feel like it's a bit done. Everybody kind of does it. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying, but I don't know. It's very, very difficult to be different and original in this, in the world, full stop, at the moment. But obviously increasingly difficult, but it's even more difficult to kind of stand out and be different within this community when you're creating content for other people to view and enjoy. And I just kind of made the decision that I don't want to just kind of fill it with Lego sets, which are going to gather dust. Ultra, you probably already know by now my situation with Lego, in that I don't, because of space, I don't tend to keep my sets built for very long. The only thing that stayed built for longer than anything else is the MOCs that I've built, which most of them are opposite me on a unit. And even those don't always make it. Some of them are boxed up and taken apart, put away. But yeah, I'd say 95% of my collection is in bags. More than that, probably, because I count on one hand the amount of sets that I've got built around the entire house. So everything that's on this shelf, I just wanted it to be something that means something to me, that creates a bit of a kind of background so that people can see something rather than just a wall. And I think you're right, Ultra. I did originally plan to kind of swap it out and change it out for a few bits and pieces, so that there's a variety there, and I'm not seeing the same thing all the time. But everything on here means something to me. Now, I plan to do some content showing the contents of my shelves, not, just a quick short video for every other 1 or 2 shelves each time. Just trying to explain it a little bit. But everything on here is either a Lego set that means something to me for a particular reason, or a piece of collectible that means something to me. So as an example, C-3PO and R2-D2 both belong to Kirsty. I bought those for her, but they're great displays. They don't really go anywhere else around the house, and obviously she didn't want to take them apart, so they just kind of fit in my background. So I've kind of adopted them. We got this Boba Fett, which was my first original character from the original trilogy when I was growing up. My favorite character, also my dad's favorite character. And you can't really see it because it's reflective. But we've got the Elite series, and I collected Elite series for a long time. But one of the standout figs from that collection, which has never come out of the packaging, is the prototype armor Boba Fett, which I think is, of all the Elite series figures I collected, that's definitely my favorite one. We've got a disc plate here, which eventually will go on the wall. My plan is to kind of move this desk sideways, maybe, or turn it to the corner, and have this is my unit for like collectible pieces that mean something to me, mostly freestanding stuff. And then the wall this side, which you can't see at the moment, but obviously when I turn my desk diagonally, you'll see that, and that'll be prints, art prints, collector's prints. So you get to see a bit of both, because those are 3 of my favorite things. It's Star Wars collectibles, it's Star Wars Lego, and Star Wars art prints. The difference is that I feel like Star Wars Lego sets in your background is kind of a bit played out. Everybody's kind of got it. So what else we got? We got some GWP stuff, some of the free giveaways, some of my favorite sets that are sealed. So we got Darth Vader's meditation chamber. We got the Bespin Jewel that was exclusive, the cancelled Celebration or Comic-Con, I can't remember which one. You got it was Celebration, actually. Emperor's Throne Room diorama, and the Mos Esper Boonta race pod racer set displays. Guess it's classed as a display set as well, but diorama set, I guess. But and then of course we've got these that I made for the show. There's like a Stormtrooper. I don't know if you can see it. It's the glass cask thing. Actually, I should take the lid out of that because I can see there's like mold growing around the cork. Is that mold? Oh no, it's just the colouring of the cork. So yeah, that's there. The Welsh Dragon. Again, this is not even mine, but I kind of adopted him. His eyes are missing at the moment. There's a reason for that, and you'll find out soon enough some content I'm making about Lego eyes. So yeah, not the Welsh Dragon, sorry, the little dragon, red dragon, but also Welsh Dragon. You got this guy, which is the glass version. I mean, these are pretty cool, but I think you're supposed to drink out of it upside down, just because when you try to drink out of it like that, the rim is so wide that you try to drink and it just kind of goes around the side of your mouth. So it's not the best design. And it's probably filled with dust now. This diorama set is here because Kirsty bought it for me. I can't remember why I was celebrating something, and she wanted to just kind of get it for me as a kind of well done. But she bought it for us, so it's ours. I think it's the only Star Wars Lego set that we kind of co-own. So she bought it for us to build together. So we sat and built that together one day. Actually made some content of that. Kirsty made a time-lapse video and never shared it, just like every other piece of content I've ever made. But so we made that together. So that means something to me. You got obviously the best, or what I believe is the best GWP. Still never built it, but it's there ready to build one day. And I think it'll go back there once it's built. At the top, we got the TIE Fighter, the solo TIE Fighter. You can't see it at the moment, it's out of shot. Because it's just my favorite set. I waited ages to get a decent TIE Fighter, and I managed to get that one. It was one of the best deals I've ever gotten in terms of like price and getting it, and it was fully complete. All the figures been pre-loved, but very good condition. And I don't know, for me, it was just like a big thing to be able to say I've got that. It was also the last big set from the Solo Wave, which I missed out on. I bought most of the Solo Wave when it was in shops, because that was kind of my era, I guess, when I was first getting into Lego, Star Wars Lego, and I missed out on that one. And I held out, and then I missed it. And apart from the little battle pack, which I know you guys probably know that I managed to get at Brickworld, that was like on my list for ages. I finally got it, and I think it's like the best standout figs as well. And then you got Karen Lola here as well, which Kirsty got for me for one Christmas one year, or I think I might order off my daughter for Christmas. And it's quite cute. Like, you can interact and stuff with it. Just kind of kicks off and does its own thing every now and then. They'll shut up in a minute, but yeah. No, you're not. You're not. That's the closest you're going to get to being on the stream. The more you talk, the more it talks. You kind of got to be quiet for a while, and then it gives up. But go to sleep. Be quiet. Just leave it. Eventually it'll get bored. Yeah, so it's just things like that that kind of mean something to me. You got this on here as well. It's one of the GWPs, which I thought was really cool. Not for nothing, but I really liked Lola. I thought it was a great character, great addition. What it meant in terms of like Leia's bird, named after Leia's bird. The only other set I got on here, which has got a kind of unusual story, is this Darth Vader's TIE Advanced. I think this is, they have made another TIE Advance, but this is Darth Vader's TIE Advance. So this is the last time they made this, and this is actually quite old now. I mean, about 15 or so years old. But the reason this means something to me is because I built this without any instructions. And I'd say I got about 99% of the way. There was a couple of pieces in the wrong place, but it didn't really change the overall build. So I managed to build this using two images, which were the two images from the box. So it was the front, an image, I think, like that, and an image showing it like kind of from behind. And I just managed to build it using just those two images. And that's something I've always enjoyed doing. Don't get to do it very often, but of course, on this side, you can see if I just there's Mini Cool Hand, which was made by a good friend of the show, Pap Trip. A couple of GWPs here, and you can see there's a piece of artwork here, which I'm not going to try and pull out from behind it because everything else will fall apart. But it's like it's done with like tissue paper, dabbed on paper, and it's like Death Star with Darth Vader and Luke fighting. And a couple of other, just from here down, is just kind of sets and collector stuff. Nothing really that other people might not have. Nothing like super exclusive or, you know, life changing, but just things that mean something to me. And I thought, for me, that was the long answer to your question, is that I just thought that would be a bit more different, original. I'm not going to see that on other people's backgrounds, at least not in that combination. So, so for me, yeah, it was just something different, and yeah, and I do want to kind of change out a little bit. The problem is most of these kind of collectibles and stuff are same as my Lego, all just kind of in storage in sort of shelves and units that are opposite or behind the camera. But yeah, is there anything I want to add to it? Not really, because I don't really think about it. It's been quite stagnant. It probably needs dusting and cleaning. And when I do that, I'll swap out a few sets. But yeah, there are things I can think of. I mean, I could fill this 5 times over without putting necessarily just Lego sets on there, with just collectibles, cool things, things that represent me and things that mean something to me from my collection. I could fill it 5 times over, and I'd like to be able to swap it out from time to time, but I just don't get the time. I don't see the point. And of course, most of that stuff is not, readily available. So yeah, so that's the story behind the shelving. The longest answer possible, but thought I'd drag it out. Right, let's see who's joined the chat since then. You'll have to let me know, Ultra. What kind of stuff do you have in your shelves? Is it just Lego? Do you have kind of collector's items on there as well? Are you, are you just a pure Star Wars purist like me, or do you collect other things? Let us know in the comments. Mayo's out there. This is early for you. Dragon Muscle. Is there anything specifically you're talking about on this stream? No. This is what we call a cold fusion stream, Mayo. So this is one of those streams where we just kind of chat, hang out, and just talk pretty much anything and everything. There's no specific topic. But yeah, just kind of hang out. I've only done these streams a couple of times because I don't very often get a day to myself where I haven't got other things going on. But generally they've been the day into the evening because like Kirsty's away or something. But on this occasion I wanted to do one, but obviously I didn't want to miss out on time with Kirsty because she is still here. So I'm going to break for about 4 hours, and then we're going to do as part 2 to this Cold Fusion stream, which would be a nighttime stream, but it'd be also more accessible for perhaps people in the US if they wanted to join, because of the timeline. So that's the reason for it. People get asked me all the time, when are you doing a Confusion next? They like the idea of coming on. It's a free thing. There's no kind of, show title, like ceremonious thing. So they've asked about it. But also, when I've looked through the analytics for my YouTube channel, the Cold Fusion streams always get the best engagement, interactions, and views. I mean, obviously, it's a longer stream, so of course the views would tend to be better. But it might be double the length of a normal show, but it's triple the amount of views. If that makes sense. So which is great, and obviously, people tuning in and being able to come in and come out and just a kind of stop off, stop on, stop off type thing. I don't know. I think I remember the main reason I started doing these Cold Fusion streams is because I remember way back, I think it was kind of Christmas time, there's a couple of people doing like charity streams and these long streams, these 24-hour, these 8-hour, whatever streams. And I remember somebody saying, I don't know whether it was in our chat or in another stream, whatever it was, somebody saying, it'd be nice to be like, these streams are great because people just come on and off and it's just kind of a free, a more relaxed environment and just kind of stretched out. I mean, our show was quite relaxed anyway. Most of my content's quite relaxed anyway, but they have the opportunity to kind of meet new people, become part of a new community and just kind of mingle with people they perhaps haven't mingled with before, that kind of thing. Build some relationships and connections and bridges. But somebody was like, these are so good. But somebody needs to do this. It'd be nice if we could do this without there being the charity thing. Not because, we don't want to raise money for charity, but I feel like there is still that underlying reason for being there. I've never done a long charity stream myself. I ran with Ostiff, we ran the 48-hour charity streamathon, but we weren't streaming for that whole time ourselves. Obviously, we had to sleep and stuff like that in between. I know Ostiff's done a couple of long streams, and that kind of vibe was kind of like, it'd be great to be able to do this without that kind of underlying kind of level of responsibility for a charity. So I thought, I'll give it a try, which I did. And I think I did like an 8-hour one the first time, and it was great. It was met with like thunderous applause. And then after that, people were asking all the time. So I think I did another one round about Brickworld time. And then I did one summer. And then obviously this one. So I think this is the 4th. So yeah. My in-law's out there, Mike. Hey, yo, Mikey. What are you doing, mate? How's things? I can't remember whether you said or not, my in-law. Are you going to Brickworld 2026? I can't remember. All collector shelves can be changed. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I just wanted to get away from the idea of just having strictly Lego sets behind me. I know the channel is mostly about Lego, but I just try to, make it a bit more meaningful to me, because obviously I've got to look at it as well. It's not just for other people to look at during the stream. It's me who've got to look at it when I go in and out of this room. So, and like I said, it's just stuff that was either at hand or I've gathered since having the shelf, and I'm just like, oh, I'll put that on there. That's a specific piece. It's almost like like a snapshot of some of my favorite collectibles and items, and a snapshot of some of of a particular time period over the last sort of 4 or 5 years of some of the things I've done and seen and gifts I've received. So yeah, no plans to change it at the moment, but yeah, when I eventually get around to sorting this room out and coming across some of those pieces, I think I'll put them all together in a drawer. I've got a set of 2 drawers there, which used to be a bedside table. At the moment, it's just filled with all sorts of bits and pieces. But once I sort that out and reorganize it, maybe I can use that for like shelf type items, like smaller collectible kind of meaningful items, and then I can kind of just swap them out, every couple of months, just to kind of make things a little bit different. Yeah, Americans are still waking up. Absolutely. Yes, sir. I'm going to Brickworld. Nice. Yeah, I couldn't remember because obviously I was speaking to so many different people who didn't know whether they were going, and obviously a couple of people who were saying they definitely weren't, people who definitely were. And obviously it was all talk at that point. But obviously since the tickets went live and were purchased, I've only really kind of liaised with the people who either I'm sharing a room with or I will share a room with the last time. And, that kind of UK kind of people. So I haven't really kind of branched out to find out what other people are sort of going. Like I know Liam's going from Liam Brick to Bed because he's sharing with Whittaky next year. The reason they did that, apart from the fact that Whittaky probably did want to share a room with me after I mercilessly bullied him the entire time, but no, it's not that. It's just that Whittaky was definitely going and I wasn't, so he didn't want to have a room where he would end up having to pay the whole price. So he found somebody else who was definitely going in Liam. And I found somebody who was similar to me, i.e. Garrett, who was not on the fence about going, wasn't sure if they wanted to go or not, but was confident to pay full price if I wasn't able to go. The only unfortunate thing is if I do end up going and he doesn't, then I haven't got somebody who can share with me at the moment, but hopefully that will come. But the worst case comes to the worst, I'm staying in another hotel because I couldn't get the Tuesday at Brickworld. I could get the Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and even the Sunday, but I couldn't get the Tuesday. So I didn't want to have to move out to another hotel for one night or risk trying to stay in with somebody else. I didn't want to put anybody in that situation, and I like to know in advance what's going on. I'm not one of these like Padawan and Ostif type people who just kind of sleep on someone's floor. A long time ago, maybe, I've slept in bathtubs, but these days, no, I just need to know where I'm going to be. So I thought, well, if I'm going to stay in another hotel for one night in between, I may as well do the Monday and the Tuesday night at this other hotel. And then I thought, well, if I'm going there, I may as well go a bit earlier. So I'm thinking of going out either the Friday, the Saturday, and have 4 or 5 nights in another hotel, which is the hotel down the road if I can get it, and then moving to Brickworld on the Tuesday afternoon for ready for Wednesday night. And then I won't really have missed a lot because the show doesn't really start until then anyway. So that's the plan at the moment, all being well. And I believe Garrett's going to do the same thing if he goes, because I booked the room for the 2 of us and I only booked from Wednesday through to Sunday night. So but yeah, if you're inviting peeps, I've got plenty of sets to build. Inviting peeps. Onto the stream. Yeah. Look, more than welcome to pop on, Mayo, as usual. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to kind of there was a couple of people who asked if they could sort of pop on the stream, and I said, look, I want to try and keep it. I've got a lot of people who want to come on and off throughout the day, so all I'll say is, if you want to stop for an hour or so, great, but don't have to stay. You're welcome, I think, is the point. And that's not specifically to Mayo, that's to everybody watching. So and it depends, like, because obviously I'd rather have somebody on the screen with me to chat to than nobody. but I also don't want it to feel like, you know, I feel sometimes when it's kind of the same people on the screen consistently, it does feel a little bit more closed off to new people. Um, so yeah, just a bit of feedback I had from the last one, I think, was that it was kind of like, you know, the same people for like a lot of the stream. I think we had like four of us on the same on the stream at one point for about 3 hours, and it got kind of a little bit tedious for people watching. So I don't know, but look, I put the link out there. There was no kind of rules and regulations that came with that. It's in the chat. So and I've got no concerns whatsoever. I manage people for a living, so I've got no concerns whatsoever with saying to someone, "Hey, look, you've been here long enough now. Hop it." Especially if the conversation's running dry. But and look, I feel the same way if I was in someone else's stream. If I've been invited to tag along for as long as possible was one thing. But if you've got a lot of people popping in and out, you do kind of read the room and be like, well, let's make space for someone else to come and have a go. So Star Wars was my gateway back into Lego, the X-Wing. Oh, which X-Wing? But I buy less and less Star Wars as I find the sets are getting very hit and miss. Yeah, pretty much the same as me then, Ultra. I don't buy anything else. I say that. I buy other sets, but I don't buy any other sets for myself, apart from, I think, Tron. And then any sets that I've got for free, Block Tech sets due to work, where I brought those home to demo and sometimes taken them back, sometimes kept them, whatever. But generally, I only build Star Wars sets. And I was into mocking quite a lot at one point, but still buying a lot. And I thought it was quite expensive to try and do both. So I've cut back on the buying actual sets for various reasons, but I don't feel like I've filled the gap with mocking. Like I haven't done mock for ages. But I think the main reason I stopped with the Lego, main reason I stopped buying sets is pretty much the same reason as you, but also because I was like, I can't really justify spending this money for something that's just going to go on a pile of unbuilt sets. So I was then buying at like the lowest possible price and deals, or getting them for birthday, Christmas, that kind of thing. And then the only other time I think I kind of warranted it, the other reason I couldn't warrant buying them was because of in the run up to Brickworld. And now obviously with us looking at booking a wedding, and we got Bricktastic and possibly Brickworld next year, there's a lot going on for me in the next 12 months financially. So just didn't make sense. And actually it came at a perfect time because, like yourself, Ultra, I have been finding the sets, I wouldn't say so much disappointing. I know there's people out there that like them, but I've been looking at the sets and it's almost like, I can't even say disappointing, because when I see the list of sets coming out, I'm like, oh, thank God for that. Most of these have no interest to me, because that means I don't feel bad. Like I don't have any FOMO of missing out the new helmet set, because I don't like them, not a fan of them, don't collect them, so no loss. So far there hasn't been a MIDI scale set that I haven't liked, but generally the prices of those are pretty good. Same with the dioramas, but most of the play scale sets I've seen, I've been like, not a big fan. If I miss that one, it's not the end of the world. But there was a time about 2-3 years ago where it was like every set I was like, I need that, I need that, I need that. And I don't know whether it's because my mindset's changed or the actual sets themselves have gotten better. But generally, I find myself a little bit more, I don't know, reserved on sets. And I think that's probably 50% because of my situation, and it's now become ingrained in me to kind of pass over things. And 50% because I'm genuinely not interested in them, because they're not to the standard I would like, or, they're not really designed for me. Like any of the Mandalorian and Grogu stuff that's coming out, I haven't been a big fan of. I didn't bother with the Razor Crest. I mean, I like the ship. It looks good, but if I suddenly won a lot of money and wanted to go out there and buy UCS sets, a Razor Crest would probably be one of the last. I didn't think much of the playset version. I got some of the smaller sets, but generally I wasn't a big fan. So looking at next year's run-up and seeing that it's mostly Mandalorian Grogu sets, I'm just like, I'm not interested in that. It might be different when I watch the movie, obviously, but generally I'm like, no, I wasn't a big fan of that. Didn't buy any, and I know there's only one, but didn't buy an Andor set. There's a lot of things that I've kind of avoided. I think the majority of my collection is Clone Wars and original trilogy stuff, to be honest with you. Maybe some prequel stuff, I guess, but yeah. Oh, no, I tell a lie. No, Rogue One and Solo, I'd say, probably make up the majority of my sets. But those kind of sets I liked, I enjoyed. But I don't know. It's hard to say. If they came out now, I might not buy them. But Star Wars, yeah, Ranger stuff. Love the Indiana Jones range. Now we go after Ranger stuff. Ah, so you're okay. So you dabble in different things now, yeah. I'm kind of glad, really, that I'm not nothing else appeals to me. If they'd come out with a Tron series, even if it was 4 or 5 sets, I would have found it hard not to buy them, and possibly would have. But thankfully, they didn't. I mean, kind of disappointed they didn't, but also kind of happy because it meant that I didn't have to. But I've also got some great ideas of mocks I want to do, Tron based. And again, I'm always thinking of trying to do something different. I know this is like Star Wars and a Lego community that I don't belong to, but I think if I did content on making and ideas for Tron Lego sets, I feel like, again, that's doing something a little bit different, something fresh for people to see rather than, oh, he's just done a mock of an X-Wing. Great. I haven't seen that a million times. So Lion Lord's excited to meet Liam and Bearded. Yeah, same, mate. Absolutely. Same. We would definitely find someone to fill that, I'm sure, if he doesn't go. Yeah, to be honest with you, at the moment, it's more likely that I won't go. I think I was sad on about a 5%, and I think that's gone down to about a 10, 15, maybe a 20% chance of going. It's like I've had conversations with my fiance, and she said, like, I got no problem with you going. Not that I needed kind of authorization, but from a financial point of view, it's not. She doesn't want me to feel like I'm bound by it because she knows that I don't think. I mean, Kirsty always brings this up. I don't say this, but she's always like, "You don't do like anything else. You don't like go anywhere." And I don't want it to make me sound like, "Oh Jesus, my picture's really blurry." What that camera is saying? Where's that picture so crap? Was it just my? I don't drink anymore. I don't smoke. I don't have any kind of vices in that way. We tend to stay in a lot. If we go anywhere, we go to the cinema, which we're both with a Limitless. We don't meet up with friends and have expensive trips. My fiance does like going to see shows, and she's seen like at one point she'd seen a show a month up until about August, I think. And she was saying like the cost of a hotel and travel and seeing the show and buying some merchandise and going for drinks and having food, you're talking a couple £100. Sometimes it's over £100 for a ticket. So you're talking a couple £100 each time. She said, so she's probably spent what I would spend for the whole entire brick world in the first 8 months of the year anyway. But that's not to say I haven't spent anything, but because she's seen that I've been, a bit more less going out and buying sets, Star Wars sets as well, which again, it's like, without it sounding awful or sounding like she's a mum, if your parents are like, right, if you got to save now, we're going on holiday, and they can see you save, and then they help you out with giving you holiday money and stuff like that. It's kind of like that situation where it's like, I'm not trying to prove, right, if I don't buy any sets, can I go to Brickworld? It's not like that kind of thing. But like, I'm happy to be more financially responsible if it means I can do something that means a lot more to me than adding sets to a pile. And that's pretty much it. The good thing as well with Brickworld is that this year I made the mistake of last minute deciding I was going to take a suitcase with me. And I'm not going to fall into that trap this year. I took way too many clothes. Like I thought because the days were going to be so long that I would need like multiple. I took like a t-shirt and a pair of shorts for every day I was there. I took 2. And very rarely did I sort of change my t-shirt. I mean, Christ, sometimes when I think about how long I wear a t-shirt when I go to work, and you're not like working and sweating and doing anything. You're mostly standing around chatting to people. So, so there was that. And then I kind of got to the point where I was like, I probably packed like a pair of shoes too many. And then I was worrying about bringing stuff back, and I was going to be purchasing stuff. And I just thought, you know what? I'm going to limit myself purposely by only taking a small suitcase. That limits me on what I take, but it also stops me from being tempted to bring stuff back because I don't need anything. Unless I see one random set that I've really been after. But I got out of I think I had 10 sets on my list of sets that I wanted to look out for or wanted at Brickworld. I think I got 8 of them. So it's like, I'm not that bothered by it overall. So that's the plan for this year, and just try and be a bit more financially responsible, or this year, next year if I go. Mayo's happy to chat. Oh, I can see him. He's just popped up in a thing. Give me a sec, mate. I'll let you know. I really wanted a yellow N1 Anakin's Pod Racer or a new TIE Fighter UCS. I hear they're doing an N1 UCS next year, but I like the N1, but I'm not a big fan of the Mandalorian one. I prefer the original yellow one as well.
Hey,
how's it going?
It's going good. It's 1:25 a.m. on Sunday.
Really? I was just trying to work out because I spoke to Liam earlier, aka Liam Brick the Bed, and I said, "Oh, are you going to join the stream?" Because he said he'd been excited about it, and he was like, "I can try and get some sleep first." And I was like, "Ah." I thought, well, I thought they were only 8 hours ahead, but he's in Taz. So what's that? Is that 10 or 9?
I don't know, but they're half an hour ahead of me.
And you're 8 hours ahead of us, right?
Well, what's the time for you right now? Isn't it
about to be 3 o'clock?
Okay, so so 3 p.m. Well, that's I can do the math because the clock app tells me.
Yeah, so if it's 3 o'clock here, that means it's and you said it was what, 1 o'clock there?
Yeah, so that means that that Liam is 11 hours ahead of you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's because you guys have just come out of daylight saving, and at the start of October we went into it.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just trying to think. Yeah, because he's probably the furthest east, I guess, in terms of Australian time zones. Yeah, I think it's because we did a show before with those guys, and I think we did the show earlier. So I was thinking it's better, but of course it was still the morning for them.
Yeah. So was that stream? Was that before the first Sunday of October?
Yeah.
Because if it was, then it would have been a 9 hour difference because we were still in standard time and you guys were still in daylight time. I have to play mental gymnastics about that stuff all the time.
Yeah, I think it's easy for us because generally I only kind of make adjustments for the US and it's like a clean 5 hours. But what's the news anyway, mate? What have you been up to?
Well, besides finishing the semester at grad school, I've been kind of having an existential crisis with my collection, to be honest.
Oh, really? To the point where you want to get rid of it, or?
No, to the point where I'm questioning what is the priority I need to build and what's the priority about filming about that stuff. Because I've talked to a bunch of people and I've seen a couple dozen people who are probably in the same boat. I'm not probably not you as much because you're more of a streamer than a videographer. But I think sometime in early September, the algorithm changed.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Oh, so you did notice on your streams?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think YouTube changed something with the landscape horizontal algorithm.
Oh. No, I mean more like there was almost like a point where I could put my finger on it where it's like everything changed and everything kind of nosedived.
So
have I said or done something that's upset people, but I know that people would say if that was the case. I think it was just to do with because all of a sudden just the views just dipped. The amount of people, the amount of like people who was just like even subs and stuff just literally came to a halt, like a grinding halt. I also found that Instagram did a very similar thing. I want to say it was like the second week of October. I thought, what's going on here? So I had a little look up online. Turns out that they did change something around about that time. So everyone would have seen the same thing to some at different levels. Where I went from having, I would post the majority of what I post is a thumbnail for the show, promoting the show or a stream, whatever it is. And I only get, a handful, maybe a couple of hundred views of that prior to the show going live. But let's bear in mind that sometimes I don't even post it till the day of. Sometimes I post it a couple of hours before. At the very most, I've posted it like 12 hours before. So by 7 o'clock in the evening. I've never done it earlier than that, generally anyway. And there's a couple of hundred views. But after the stream and during the stream is probably next to nothing. But after the stream, by the time I do the following one, which is the following week later, it's up beyond 1,000 views. And I get that that's kind of pointless because obviously they're looking at something that is no longer relevant. But that's the way it is. And I think if I posted it a week in advance, people would have forgotten about it by the time it comes out. So, but now all of a sudden that whatever that date was in October, that stopped. Whatever views I was getting leading up until the stream stayed that way. So it was like, it was almost like it was showcased for a day or so, and that was it. And I thought that was bizarre. And like I said, it doesn't matter that much to me because the amount of people seeing it after the fact is kind of pointless. But when you do put together, because I have done, as it happens since that time, put together a couple of other forms of short content on my Instagram and my YouTube that I haven't had a chance to do for a while. And I've done them and I spent a lot of time on them. Like the thumbnail, I make it for the show anyway. So all I'm doing is effectively just sharing something I've already created for another reason. But when I've made shorter content, which again, I don't make very often, it's kind of a dime a dozen. But when I did make it and spend some time on it and put a lot of detail and effort into it, that had the same response where I had a couple of views, a couple of hundred views within a couple of days, and then nothing afterwards. So it's almost like the lifespan of a post is now, or a reel is now limited. If that makes sense.
Yeah, because I don't know much about what's been happening on Instagram because I'm not as much of a content creator over there. I mean, the reason I say that October is my favorite time of the year as a mock builder is because there's so many Halloween type figures out there that you can make really cool mocks with. And so I posted various stuff for spooky season. And because it is spooky season, I think people who were posting pictures about their Lego for Halloween, they would have seen good stuff. So I'm not sure if you posted anything specific about Halloween in October. There was a difference in there or something. Hey, Whittaking.
Yeah, it's weird. It's really strange. I don't know what happened, and it's quite disappointing because I never spend any time on content, really. Most of my content is generally quite natural, just myself filming me doing something stupid. But the thumbnail, like I said, I'm making that anyway, regardless. I don't make that to share. I make it for the show and then share it as a byproduct. But the fact that I've gone out of my way when I've had some free time, spend an hour or two, sometimes even more, creating a piece of content that I've always wanted to make and I've finally got around to doing. I spent a lot of time choosing like the music and choosing all the different things and finally detailing it and the cutaway shots and all that kind of stuff, that high prep stuff that you do, just for it to have like a handful of views within a couple of days and then nothing. And I'm like, wait a sec, I posted a link, I posted a thumbnail for a stream like 2 weeks ago and that's still getting views. Like, yeah,
it's crazy. Like you can't understand it because it's so unpredictable, and that's the kind of unpredictability I'm finding right now, which is making me take a double take about what I'm doing, and it's getting to the point where the motivation for still being here is because of the friendship, not the doom scrollers.
Yeah.
Because like we've had this conversation in the past, people that are content creators on social media, and they say, "Oh, I don't do it for the views," and we've debunked that.
Yeah.
It's like that's one of the two motivations. Either you're motivated to become a content creator because you've got the views or you've got the friendship. I used to have both. Now I'm kind of surviving on the friendship because of the hours I put to network to people like you, your chat, and everyone else I interact with.
Yeah, I kind of get kind of frustrated when people say I don't do things for the views. Like, I'm quite open about the fact that I don't like show-offs. I don't like people who kind of, to some extent, blow smoke up their own ass. But we're all that if we're here, because, why else are you doing it? You might not be doing it. I get you're not doing it expecting to get thousands of views. I get that. Saying you're not doing it for the views, well, if that's the case, don't ever share it.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't matter, because you've got no views then, and you said you're not doing it for the views anyway. Do you see what I mean? So you've got to accept the fact that if you're doing something on Instagram or social media of any kind, particularly YouTube and Instagram, then you automatically are, to some degree, whether it be 1% or 100%, look at me, look at me, look at me. And we all doing that, because otherwise, why are we here? The only people who aren't are the people who only exist in the chat of all these different things, or only like posts, and only, do you see what I mean? All the people who might just scroll and not ever create anything for themselves. And I'm not saying that there's a disparity in terms of, like, what's better, what's worse, and all that kind of stuff. Like I said, because I'm doing it myself, I get saying that I don't care if you get lots of views. Like, I'm not offended that how many people are watching this show at any given time, because I know that our regular show that we've been doing for like, a year and a half now gets more views after the show than it ever will during the show. And that's the case for most shows. You look at the amount of people who were in there and you can count them. But then afterwards, you see that, like, 200 people have watched that stream or whatever it might be. Do you see what I mean? So like that. So what numbers in the corner in terms of who's viewing, it's kind of irrelevant. Obviously, you're doing what you're doing to entertain anybody who does come along, and you're doing what you're doing to build bridges between these people. Like, my main point of this stream is to get to know other people. And of course, I could do that without streaming it. So there is an element of look at this. But I do this to connect with you and have conversations with you and Witticky and whoever else happens to pop up, because it's a great way to network, build bridges, get to meet new people, and have that kind of, open arm feel to give back to this community, because that's what I felt I had from day one. But there is still an element of, look at this, look what we're doing, just because, we could just meet in a green room and have these conversations. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I will say I originally done this to make friends. That's why I did it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to get in there.
But it is easier to make those friends and make those connections if you've got something else to offer. And what I mean by that is the people who don't create any content and they're on Instagram or YouTube and they're only in the chats, people find it harder to embrace them unless they've got something of their own, like their own channel, their own show generally. And that's another reason why this exists, because I want to say to people out there who are in the chat, who may have never filmed anything, may have a YouTube channel they have to have a YouTube channel, obviously, to be able to comment, but they may have a YouTube channel with zero content. They may have an Instagram channel with zero content, zero friends, but still like to watch things. And this is an opportunity for them to come on and say hello and meet people as well. Do you know what I mean? I'd like to think if they were interested in that kind of thing, then they would be making content of their own anyway. But generally, it's an opportunity and this is, again, I try to battle and push back against this mentality of, you've got to be in it to win it kind of thing. But at the same time, I still want to see progression. I still want to see growth. I still want to see the channel do well and us reach targets. But no, you're right. And I look at sometimes I look at what I do sometimes and the time I've put into it, and I just think to myself, like I said, I put a lot of time into the thumbnails. I put a lot of time into researching the guests and reaching out to them and making sure that there's images and, you know, the StreamYard is up to date. And I get a lot of help with the show, both prior, during, and after, which is great by having lots of, you know, co-hosts. But there's still a lot of work that goes into it. But the benefit you feel from that, the majority of the benefit, 90% of that feeling of like achievement and feeling good that you've done something, you've put something out there, you're feeling that doing the show. Do you see what I mean? Like doing it in real time.
And I'm starting to feel that same way, because I'm at the point with all these changes is that my instant gratification is now coming from the immediate stream viewers rather than people who watch my videos and leave a comment. I'd rather do where the instant gratification is, because that makes you feel better.
Yeah, and that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I don't feel bad about the amount of time that me or Witiki or Slurpee or anybody else involved puts into that show, because the gratification is there and then at the time. And afterwards, I could kind of care less. It is nice to see. Great, that's out of the 10%. I'm not going to say 0. It is nice to see the views or the, you know, the likes or the comments afterwards and helping the channel. But the majority of the work and the gratification for that work is there and then. It's like throwing a party. You know, you put all the work in, you blow up the balloons, you invite all the people, you enjoy the party there and then. You don't worry too much about how are people going to remember the party afterwards. You're not thinking about that when you're prepping it. You're not thinking about when you're on the dance floor dancing, everyone's having a great time and enjoying the food. You're not thinking then, how are people going to think about this afterwards? What are people going to think when they go home? You don't think about that. And that's what these streams are supposed to be. Whereas when you're creating content, short form content or videos that you're not putting out live, you're recording, all that gratification, most of the gratification comes from after the fact, after you've posted it. Because if you post it and then it gets 0 views, 0 likes, 0 comments for years, then that's a massive disappointment. It's got to be, because you've only done it for that reason. You see what I mean? And that's why I try to move away from it, just because I'm like, I don't know, I wouldn't say I couldn't take the heartbreak, but I just feel like I want to live in the moment. I'm that guy who goes to a gig and puts away my phone and watches it and remembers it from the point of view that I saw it from, rather than the point of view of a camera and looking back at it. Yes, there's people out there who like the idea they've got it filmed and they'll be able to watch that anytime they like. But I just got to close my eyes and think. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's the difference between the creative mind, I guess, but not saying that those other people aren't creative, but it's just the way I can visualize things quite well. And of course, I've of the generation, and Witiki is the same, of the generation where we weren't able to do those things and go to music events and film it. So a little bit of is that as well. But that is probably the best way I can describe how this show kind of works for me, as opposed to content that is later created, if that makes sense. And I do both, so I'm not damning either. I'm just saying that for me, yeah, I think if all else was lost and I got completely fed up, I know I've got this show and I know I've got these people, and it's these people I can chat to, and that is what keeps me going.
I was going to say, I know what you mean. Like, sometimes I'll put out a video and I'll get like, you know, I know it's still small fry, but to me it's like nearly 2,000 views, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Wonder what my next one's going to get. And very similar. Put it out. Oh, 300 views. What's going on? It's like,
well, look at it as an example, right? Because I've got, I don't know what I even know what it is, just under 300 subs, right? And I've been at it for a long time, but I never spent my initial years or my initial, time on doing any kind of short form. It was always just the show. So, of course, that's something I've started trying to adapt, because I do want to grow the channel a little bit. But ultimately, are all those people, if I was start putting out shorts every day and they were kind of, brain rot type material, yes, I'm going to get lots of extra subscribers, maybe. But how many of them are going to tune into the show, which is my opus? Which is the main reason this channel exists. Probably almost none. It's still going to be the same, generally the same people. So therefore, what am I gaining by doing that, right? So there's that question. But still, I'm putting out videos that I've created and taken time and made, and I'm talking like hours of time that I've put into filming something. And yeah, I think my views are somewhere between, I've got a couple that have reached over 1,000, but generally they're like couple of hundred. And yet Witiki, on the other hand, I know your channel, in terms of your content on your YouTube channel is a lot less in terms of the output, but also you've been doing it a lot less time and you've got a lot less subscribers, and yet you're saying that you've got videos that have reached a couple of thousand.
Yeah, but I've only got 35 subscribers.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. So
But-
all that
but-
tells me is that
Wait a minute.
people are looking at it and then just passing through.
But were those videos, were they the horizontal or the YouTube shorts?
The shorts, because I haven't got enough views. It won't let me do. It says I've got to get 50 subscribers before I can do the horizontal ones.
There's no such thing as a horizontal short. That's just a short video.
No, not a short. Yeah, but I mean, I've tried to do like live streams and stuff, and it won't let me.
Would that sound like a weird software thing?
It's not actually true, Whittaky, if you use a third-party content like StreamYard. So what that means is if you can't stream to YouTube live because you haven't got over 50 subscribers, but you can stream live via StreamYard.
Yeah, because if you go through third party, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So just so you know, you could always do that. I mean, obviously, you've got access to this and you pay for this the same as I do. So you can use this whatever you like, So
I've just seen someone pop in the green room. Is this a first?
it is a first. I wouldn't call it a face reveal because you only got to go onto Instagram account, although it is under a different name, and you'll be able to see this person's face. Anyway.
Hey, Panda.
But Panda, how are we doing? But if you, in terms of somebody who's been like hardcore supporter of the channel, and the Cool Hang Luke show in particular, but also some of the streams I've done, first time on a stream, and after we begged. But so welcome to the stage, Paddy the Theatre Dog, aka Sarah.
Hello.
How are we doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Ooh, that's very strange looking at myself.
I just want to say, is your hair blue?
My hair is blue, yes. It wasn't this morning when I left home. Something happened in Sainsbury's.
I'm at work at the moment, and I was going to pop off in a minute, but when I saw you come on, I thought, no, I've got to stay for a few more minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Lovely to see you. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah, it's great. So I think we might have asked this before, so forgive me if I'm kind of asking a question you've already answered. But are you a theatre person as well? Because I for some reason, for a while, I thought you and Whittaky knew each other from that kind of sort of thing. But
yeah, I work for a theatre company and run a comedy club that's in a little bit of a hiatus.
I just do amateur dramatics, completely different.
Well, yeah, I know that, but thespians.
I was waiting to say, oh no, you don't.
Oh yes, you do.
I'm in the middle of doing a pantomime at the moment, so that's.
Well, I keep meaning to write one, but we never get around to it because we're just too busy. So.
Oh, right.
What Pandemonious Panda? The link you will see is at the top of the chat, and if you want to pop on, this stream is specifically for anybody and everybody to pop on, say hello, stay, go, do whatever you like, and get to know some people. Whether that be with or without a face.
I've done plenty of streams with Panda before.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so Panda's so it's good to see you.
I had one this morning, look, under there.
I think you need a new razor then.
I was going to say, I've bearded, not looked in the mirror recently.
No, I'm not shaving this, but I shave under there.
I've been looking for Walter Raleigh. You haven't seen him around, have you? Oh, Christ.
Yeah, so from
he got a beard out. He's got a great big bushy beard.
Yeah. Speaking of bushy beards, I randomly just decided, because I haven't got like any family or friends on my Instagram apart from my brother and my mum, right? And that's not because I've added them; they just kind of found me. But generally, it's not a personal thing; it's just Lego content. So I don't put any like pictures of me going to the shop or anything like that. But I reached out to my brother and I was just like, fancy joining the stream.
Can you hear the birds? I'm sorry.
Yeah, are they your birds or ours outside?
Yeah, they're mine. They're having a moment.
All right. Yeah, join the club.
In a moment.
So yeah, so my brother may be joining the stream at some point.
Be right
I
back.
don't think he's ever
I
been
didn't
on a
even know
live.
you had a brother.
I do, yeah. He looks a lot
Oh.
like Bearded Brickman.
I feel sorry
Yeah.
for him.
Bottom half of
Bearded.
his face looks like Bearded. Top half of his face looks like me.
Oh. Well, good to get him on because the first question I'm going to ask him is how does he put up with you?
Do you know? Is anybody else seeing what I'm seeing? Where it looks like Whittaky, the top half of Whittaky's body's built is the bottom half.
What?
Oh my
yeah.
god!
It does, doesn't it? It looks a bit. Hold on.
Wait a sec.
You need to
Line
put
it
your
up.
arms behind your back like that gag, you know, with the
Line it
when
up
they're
so I can
cooking.
get a picture.
It does, doesn't it?
Heart long. Yeah, so I'm building this gift with purchase Savannah.
Right.
Nice. Put your arms out again, Mayo, so we can make it look like we're in the same color top.
Yeah,
That's very strange.
that is so freaky. In a good way.
That's weird.
That'd make a killer Instagram post.
I'm just going to go and check on the people at work. I'll be back in a tick.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Yeah, so just to kind of wrap up what we were talking about earlier before we move on, I'm getting to the point where I think I'm going to do more experimenting with streaming, particularly after grad school ends in 8 days for the year, because of the algorithm. I need to see if I can course correct things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really bizarre. I mean, I know it's supposed to be like, I should call it an enigma more than an algorithm, but yeah, when you're just seeing other people, we've got somebody on the show on Sunday, believe it or not, who I'm interested to chat to him a little bit about it, because I think he's got like 10 posts, and you know, he started off in the community. He put he's gone through some hardships in his life. His name is Nappy Buffalo. So shout out to you if you're watching. But he's our guest on Sunday's show, and I think he's got like 10 posts, and he's already on like, I don't know, something stupid like 55,000 followers on Instagram, and it's just like, boom, for whatever reason. And he's not made any sort of brain rot type short type meme material at all. It's literally just short videos of him saying, hey, this is the set I've got, whatever. And I'm just like, what? How? Like, I know it doesn't really mean a lot, because you know Instagram's not paying you a penny, so he can have 1,000 subscribers, 1 subscriber, or 1 million subscribers, and he's achieving the same as anybody else.
But
So
what was that Instagram paid program thing they were rolling out, but it failed?
I'm not sure. I get an invite to it all the time, the Instagram influencer program thing, but you've got to fill out so much information. I just can't be bothered. And then of course there's certain parameters to it, and I just think I can't be bothered. Like, but no, I don't know. It's really interesting how it just, it's literally just a roll of the dice. So, but yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. But sometimes I think the only thing that frustrates me, like I said, is when you put time and effort into something and it doesn't get reached, whereas you put no effort into something, or other people put no effort into something, and it does get a lot of reach. And that kind of, I think it's not even so much is not fair on me, because I don't really care, but it's when you see other people and it's just like, but yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people come and go from the Lego community because they get sick and tired of putting in all this effort into their content, and it gets squat views, but then they just put out something totally random and stupid, and it goes viral.
Yeah, well, this is why I say that for me, the show that we do every Sunday is everything, because we've achieved what we wanted to achieve. It's still going. You know, the views are gradually rising, and it's doing well, and it's going in the right direction. And obviously, we're getting to meet lots of people. That was the only reason I ever did it in the first place was to meet lots of people and get to know different people and get to know lots, get inspired by the rest of the community, get inspired by people in the chat, and just give somebody something to watch every week, whether it be 5 people or 50 people, you know, give something, some form of entertainment. And I get feedback from people that, you know, they watch the show, it might have taken them a week to catch up or whatever it is. And that's always great to hear. And I like, you know, so therefore it's like, and like I said, that gratification you get is during that show. So what you put into it and what you do afterwards is kind of becomes irrelevant. So as long as we've got that show, I don't think I can really ever move away and be disappointed by anything else. I mean, I can be disappointed, but not to the point where I'm like, oh, I give up, I'm leaving. Because I know we'll always have that show, which means something to, you know, at least a handful of people. So,
and you have to be able to enjoy it. There's no point doing it if it's all your focus is, oh, I've got to get these views, I've got to do this, I've got to find that bit of the algorithm. I can't see the point in that.
yeah,
Social media is supposed to be a social thing, not a it almost takes over your life, doesn't it, if you let it? Very much my kids, because they're in their 20s, when Instagram and YouTube and everything first really started, they were like, oh, you know, got to do this, got to do that. And I'm like, no, just don't. What are you going to get? The chances of you actually being a paid affiliate to anything is so minuscule.
yeah. No, absolutely. Like I said, I think if you've got things you want to achieve and, you know, you want to make a successful show and you want to be able to do it. I mean, we've already surpassed a lot of the shows that have been going a lot longer than us, not in terms of views and all that kind of stuff, but in terms of like credibility and reliability, because we've never missed an episode. And there's shows now that have been running for years that, you know, at the drop of a hat, shows cancelled. And I think, you know, that says, I'm not saying that sometimes it is unavoidable and it may happen to us one day, but I think things like that mean more to me, and, you know, the work that goes into it is more important to me. But like I said, at the same time, I was chatting to a lady that does a lot of craft fairs, and I was talking about it, and she was like, oh, and I said, well, yeah, but you got to understand that it'd be the same as you if you know, spend a lot of time crocheting and making all these creations, and then you go to a craft fair which you pay to go to and you pay to have a table, and you don't sell anything. You know, you've still got the product, you can still sell it another day, you still have lots of people telling you that it was great, but you're still going to measure yourself against, there's always going to be some measure to anything that's out in public. You know, if you made them to sit on your mantelpiece, you don't need that other people saying that they're great or making money off it, because you're only making it for yourself. But as soon as you're doing something that's becoming public, whether it be a tiny little piece or it's your entire life, there always is going to be that level of, you know, questioning yourself. Has it been successful? Has it worked? Was it worth it? That kind of thing, I think, to some degree. You know, whether you're making cakes for a local bake sale, or you're setting up your own shop, or you're doing something on social media, you still got, you know, there's so much to be able to see that somebody gained something from it, you know. But yeah, all right, let's change that subject because it's boring me now. What is the lid of the bottle that we can see?
This.
Oh, water. Well then.
Can't
I
be.
mean, there could be gin in it. It is past lunchtime.
Yeah, well, it's an adult show, so why
Yeah.
not?
Maybe tonight.
Oaktown's in the chat. How are we doing, Oaktown? So,
Yeah, I did wave at him.
so Sarah, your situation with the Harry Potter Lego. Did you get a chance to have a look at Rebrickable to see if there was any?
Yes, I did, and I think I figured out how I can create the roofs. Now I finally built the Ollivanders one, which the roof of that is. My issue with it is it's a play set, I guess. So there is no finished roof. So on my display, the aesthetic, I can see that there's no roof there. But the Ollivanders one isn't quite so obvious, and I can see how that's sort of built up. So I think I can replicate that on the other one, and just put a pitched roof on it, just to build the sides up, so that when I'm looking, because I'm sitting down and it's up there, I can see that there's a whole bit missing.
Yeah. No, yeah, that is frustrating. But it's kind of weird that the consistency sometimes. But I think you're always going to get in. This is why I'm not a big fan of the whole buildings thing, because they're going to change so much. In the 20 or so years they've been making those sets, but they're going to start then having to refresh them. Which I think with a lot of Harry Potter sets, and they're remaking them. But then of course those are going to go out of date, and it just becomes like a continuous thing.
And since they got the Harry Potter license back in 2018, they've already changed the build system 3 times in 7 years.
Yeah, because some of my sets don't match, although they're together. The colours of the brick, the building colour is different.
Yeah, because
And
some have
you
like
don't
grey
really
roofs.
notice it, but I do.
Didn't like one year they had grey roofs and then they went to green and then back to
Yeah,
different.
and
Yeah.
that's it. And even the building is different colour to the roof as well.
Mate, this is freaking me out now. Every time I do that, I feel like I've got 3 arms.
Yeah.
Change your position.
It's not
So
Jake the
still-
Pig. What is it?
No, I mean on the screen.
No, it's all right. No, it's fun. It's funny.
I can't
So
believe it.
Sarah, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you a Harry Potter collector?
Yes, although I have branched out with Lego this year. Harry Potter in general, not just Lego, is my shtick. Is that the
It's like
word?
my daughter. Yeah, my daughter collects everything Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first Harry Potter set was the 2010 Night Bus. I got it because of the purple windows.
Yeah, we've got the night bus. Actually, we've got 2 night buses, and there's 2 slightly different ones as well, isn't there?
Well, there's been 4 since the theme came out 24
was that?
years ago.
I don't know which one it was.
I've only
but
got 2. I
managed
don't
to
need 4.
I don't know which one it was, but I managed to. It was a retired one. I managed to get it for my son, and it was from a hospital charity shop, and it cost me £5.
Wow, that's
No.
I do actually have a Harry Potter set. I have the miniature Hogwarts because I just thought that looked nice on display.
Yeah,
The mini one, not the midi scale one.
So the complete castle with the underneath.
Yeah,
Very-
like a
yeah,
diorama.
that's my favourite build of Harry Potter stuff that I've done, because the detail in it, even though it's miniature, so it's not as detailed per se, but the eye for the detail is really good. Because even the flying car, so it's a blue car with a white roof. It's just literally a blue brick with a white brick on the top, but you know exactly what it is. And I love that, and all the caves underneath. It's so clever.
Yes,
Much more time spent on that than the big version, I think.
Because you get the little gold figure with it as well, don't you? But
Yeah.
my son gave me.
It's not on it. I don't like it. I'm not really a figure person.
But yeah, my son had a spare Harry Potter, so I put that on there as well, just on the side.
Yeah.
But
I like that. I kind of like that scale. I mean, I like the micro scale sets they've done, although they've only ever really done them as GWPs, which is a shame for Star Wars. But I feel like they could go. I feel like they could do a lot more with this, and of course, this is perfect for me in terms of display because the footprint is quite small. But
they've done it with the Disney ones, haven't they? Like a miniature, like Aladdin sort of palace and stuff like that.
Kirsty's got a few of them. I think she might even have all of them. So I look at them and I think to myself, oh, if they could do something like that. But of course, buildings tend to be less a focal point in Star Wars, whereas in Harry Potter, I think there's a nice mixture. Whereas in Star Wars, it tends to be mostly ships or scenery rather than buildings as such. So
yeah, that's probably because the planets are rather memorable, but the clone bases, for example, aren't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apart from maybe the cantina.
Yeah, because I'd say that of all the Star Wars planets, Tatooine probably has the most recognizable buildings. Like you see all these Star Wars mock builders making their mocks off of the buildings in certain planets, but that doesn't have much of a mass appeal to the Lego Star Wars customer, I don't think.
No.
No, you do see a lot of kind of like sort of Hoth mocks though as well and stuff. So that's another.
Yeah.
I think that's because so many people like Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah. I mean, that whole Hoth scene is possibly my favorite scene out of all the Star Wars.
Mm.
to be
Oh,
honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know as much about Star Wars as what you guys might, but it seems like the big four of the planets are Tatooine, Endor, Hoth, and Mustafar because they have recognizable environments. Some of the other
I put
planets,
Coruscant in there.
yeah, I guess you can say that because it's really the metropolis of the galaxy far, far away. Yeah, so if you throw in Coruscant, those have 5 distinct environments compared to all these other planets that we wouldn't have known about if it and some people might not know the lore about if it wasn't for Wikipedia being so detailed.
Mm.
Because I've heard so many people say at one point the actual executives behind Star Wars are going to run out of ideas, so they're just going to use the fans' ideas from Wikipedia. Because I don't know about you guys if you've ever gone and seen some of the stuff over there, but there might be a character that would have appeared in one of the movies for less than for only 1 second. And there's a 2-page lore about that character because the fans just invented it. I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I respect what Star Wars has done. I'm not a Harry Potter fan, but I respect what Harry Potter has done because of the cultures surrounding them. And I don't think it's an accident that those are top 5 things that Lego is selling right now in terms of the sales numbers.
Yeah, it's just such a big world building type stuff, isn't it? So they're kind of never going to run out of ideas. And even within those themes as well, there's something for everybody, whether you like buildings or ships or, do you know what I mean? There's such a wide variety, whereas other themes are kind of quite limited. Although saying that, Botanicals does really well, and that's all display sets, So yeah. So we've got somebody else is sitting in the green room.
Really?
New to this stream. I'm not sure whether new to the channel, but I guess we'll find out. So welcome in.
Oh, hi, Peter.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone? Hate to break up the Oscopus thing going on there.
Yeah, that needed changing. Actually, it was kind of freaking me out. I kept going to ask Whittaky, what, tell us about that set you're building.
Oh, it's me.
So what's happening, Panda?
Oh, not much.
I think we've crossed paths before on Mayo streams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
Hello, Pan.
I'm not doing anything Lego related right now. I'm just doing some server update stuff. Minecraft server.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, because if I ever have questions about technology, Panda's one of my people who I'll go to first, if not the first.
I'll start making a list then.
Boys.
Yeah, because it's like if you build enough friends within the community online, eventually you know what people are more, what they know more about. And so I have a whole list of correspondents who I think, okay, if I need to ask a question about this, I'll go to them. And if it's different, I'll go to them.
Yeah. No, we're quite lucky actually, because between the hosts, I guess, of our Sunday show, we can usually work out most things technological based and whatever else. So, but yeah, I can't remember actually. What's that?
Most times.
Yeah, most of the time. There's still always StreamYard throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah.
But,
And if there's one thing I've learned about streaming with other people, it's to mute your microphone while you're opening a bag.
yeah, earlier on when I was chewing on something. I was on my own as it happened at the time, but I was chewing on something right next to the microphone. So, that was
Or if
nice.
someone comes in the office chatting to me.
That was funny
That was-
last night. I'm
was
sorry, that
laugh.
was very funny.
Yeah, I was going
Yeah,
to say.
good job,
we were watching
good
that.
job nobody watches this from work, so it's all right.
So yeah, let me paint the picture. Sarah was obviously there, but for the other guys and people watching. So what happened was Whittaky was actually skiving from work, so he jumped on the stream when he should have been working.
Like now.
So like now,
Like
and somebody came into the room, so he muted himself, so we couldn't hear him. But we came to realize quite soon that he hadn't actually put the sound off on the stream, and he didn't have headphones in, so they could hear everything we were saying. So we just started talking all sorts of shit to try and get him into some kind of trouble. So we were like, "Well, you said you were going to quit your job anyway," and he's like, "Going." Yeah.
Oh, he don't like any of you anyway. And
He doesn't like anybody he works with. He always complains about his job.
I'm like,
And you get dying. But turns out, yeah, it was just you said just a nurse, as if, that.
yeah,
kind
I
of-
didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it.
Yeah, she doesn't hold power over your job, you meant. So,
He wasn't one of our employees, so sort of thing.
yeah. Sean, how we doing, mate?
But she was fine. She went, "Oh, that's your show, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah." So,
Yeah. And are those supposed to be your friends on that show?
because they know about it. So, well, you've met a couple of them, haven't you? So,
Wow, yeah. Because you were streaming from that. You were streaming from that room. Well, you weren't streaming because it was before we went live, but
yeah, no, I wouldn't.
you were just kind of like tapping people on the shoulder and going, "Oh, come on," just like really random.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I mean, that was before because obviously I can't have the lad being on a live show. So, yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So look at these I had for my birthday.
Oh, nice.
What are they?
Gosh,
candy.
like a bath bomb or soap?
They're sweets,
Oh, sweet. Oh, right.
little sour sweets. If I line them up right, they look like I'm actually wearing them.
Oh,
Oh, are they
yeah.
blue raspberry?
Oh, you got me thinking about something. I'm just going to go get something quickly.
Cool. Oh, by the way, Martin, guess what I've set him up to watch, by the way?
You heard what?
I've set him up to watch. We're going to go and watch it in a minute. We're going to watch The Goonies. He's never watched
Oh, there you go. Nice.
it. I've almost finished that set. Got 3 more
what's his
bags
name,
to go.
Reese? I know.
Sorry?
Was his name Reese? But you don't say his name. But
I'm not going to say his name.
no, what? Will he sit and watch like an entire film then? Yeah.
Yeah, he does a bit. Yeah. Especially if he
Oh, there you are.
kind of enjoys it and stuff. Yeah. Especially if you're sat with him as well. So it's
Yeah. So you're getting paid to build Lego sets and watch movies and be on stream.
and I went ice skating last night. So cool.
Hey,
As long as the
Same.
kids are happy, that's
Did you?
it's a cool time Luke stream. Hey,
Oh, nice. So I know you showed off that set a couple of times there, Mayo, but I didn't. What did you say it was? Because I couldn't see the full box.
okay, so it's set 40784. It's the African Savannah diorama, and it was a gift with purchase, I think, in May or June. And I've been quite impressed with these dioramas of the natural world because of the foliage pieces. Like, just opened bag 3. There's these interesting tree leaf pieces in both that's regular green and dark green. I don't have these in my collection, and I think it's always a good thing when Lego invents new molds for foliage, and the natural side of Lego is one of my favorite things to build. And I think it proves when you go to the pab wall and they put out a drawer of foliage and everyone's always going over there to get the foliage.
Mm.
Like I'm
Oh,
not sure how many times anyone's might have gone to the pab wall and they've seen foliage there, but if it's not there, it's probably because someone's already bought it out. And that's the
Yeah,
only reason. That's the only reason I bought Lego to get this GWP to begin with.
Well, it's funny actually you say that, because I was looking last night and I saw that Disney TV type thing, and I thought that was pretty cool. But
Yeah, I
There's
want that.
nothing on the site at a decent price.
Which
was
one's
willing
that?
to pay. And you know, it's like a Disney classic Disney. Like
Yeah,
a- you
When
can
I
change
bought the Goonies set, I managed to get obviously the Goonies GWP and that on top.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
I was
handy.
thinking, hopefully she's not watching, but I was thinking I might get it for Kirsty, but I'm thinking I'm not really paying out whatever I got to pay to get that. And I know I'll probably be able to pick it up at one of these Brick Fests next year for next to nothing anyway. So I just call it a day.
Okay.
But no, it's funny actually, because we were just talking about kind of micro scale sets, and that kind of fits into that category that you've got there, Mayo. I don't ever remember seeing that one, if I'm honest. But it does look pretty cool. And while we're on the subject of Pick-a-Brick, I spoke to a couple of people actually who worked in the Lego store or work in the Lego store. And what they don't realize is that what they put in those walls is generally quite random. And they've got, because I think when we went to, we went to the one in Chicago, in Schaumburg, the Lego store there, knowing that there was obviously a lot of Lego fans in town, they put like all the extra bags and stuff out. Sorry, all the extra pieces out for people to dig through. But that's something they are prepared to do anytime. Obviously, if
And
it's
that-
busy,
Yeah,
go
and
on.
that's because the manager of that store knows there'll be an increase in customers because of Brickworld Chicago. I went there to get some of the small pine trees, and there was a table in the middle of the store where they brought out the boxes of the parts they would load into the drawers. They just put the boxes straight up because they knew those were parts that would sell. And I was talking with some of the employees there when I went to Brickworld Chicago, and they say that for the weekend of Brickworld Chicago, they actually put out pieces they know will sell. So normally it is random, but if you are a store that is in proximity to a convention, if the manager knows what they're doing, then there might be a little bit more.
Yeah, but on top of that, what I was trying to say is that if ever you go to a Lego store, as long as it's not, obviously on a May the 4th, it might be a different story on a particular release day. But if it's not particularly busy, if you go in just on a regular time and you ask them, they've got, like, in the back area, boxes and boxes of parts. They, like, generally, if something's run out, I've seen people go, oh, there's none of them left, I'm going to have to get something else. And I've said, just ask them. They'll have loads more. They'll fill them back up. Or they'll go at the back and say there's 40 different pieces available. They'll have another 40 boxes on the back. Obviously, they're not going to bring everything out, but they can. You ask them, they'll generally just bring the stuff out. Because I was talking to the girl about the Pick-a-Brick wall, and she was like, oh, what they don't realize is that we got boxes and boxes of it out the back. We could fill that like 20 times over. But people never know. And obviously, we're not going to encourage people to ask us because we might be busy. But yeah, generally, if you go in there to pick a brick and you want a nice selection and you're not after a specific piece, but you just want to see what's available, just ask them and they will bring like more out from the back area. They just bring it out on this huge tray thing and open a bunch of boxes. And generally, they'll leave them there for a while as well. So it's always worth a go if you're going to the Lego store for pick a brick. But we're on 9 likes for the stream so far, guys, which is great because there's about that many people watching. So what I'm going to do is if we can get to 10 likes, I'm going to do a spin of this, which is something that
I've just liked it.
Well done. So once that updates to 10, we'll do a. So this is a Jelly Bean Double Dare game where every jelly bean has got 2 potential flavors.
Those are the Bean Boozled, right?
Similar to that, yeah. But we had like a little game day in the house. My daughter, well, our whole family are big sort of board game fans. So we decided as a bit of a kind of Halloween, we did like a load of Halloween games, and we had this as well as a kind of scary type thing. So I'll read a couple of these out. So you've got tropical or curry flavor, strawberry or chili,
Sounds all right to me.
cola or dog food,
Oh, perhaps not.
bubblegum or mouthwash, birthday cake or soap, and my favorite, watermelon or cabbage.
Oh.
No
You
earwax,
know,
then.
you know what? Once upon a time, me and my friends were playing Mario Kart. The loser of each race had to eat a Bean Boozled, and the Bean Boozled flavor that sticks out to me is it pear or vomit.
I say pear's quite nice.
Yeah, the pear, one of my favorite of the Jelly Belly flavors.
Yeah, they did a Harry Potter one once before, and it was like a vomit flavor one or something. I don't understand. Have I missed something? What 100 likes for Shuey? For those who drink, of course. What's a Shuey?
So, well, a shoeing is when you've got a can of beer, you empty it into a shoe, and then you drink the beer out of the shoe.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm so glad I have no beer.
How have I never heard of that? How have I never heard of that?
Good job it's not called a panty.
Yes.
Ah,
Now, I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink alcohol, but I am a Pepsi Max addict. So if we get 100 likes, I'll do a shoeing of caffeine.
yeah. If we get to 100 likes, I'll pretty much put any non-alcoholic drink into a shoe and drink it. No problem. Not that I like, and obviously I know we're not going to get to 100 likes, so I'm going to really worry about that. But it's like, but yeah, as long as it's
You're
not alcohol,
asking for trouble, aren't you?
I don't drink anymore. But I do want to know what Pandemonium is building. I can kind of see it. Let's blow it up a little bit. And Sean,
Looks like Speed
I'm
Champions.
working on some mocks.
By the way, you can't include Crocs because all the liquid will go out of it.
well, yeah, I was going to say he wasn't specific about what type of shoe. The link
This
is
is-
there,
Get
Sean. I
100
know,
likes,
you're
I'll
busy
get a
on
Croc and
Saturdays,
burn
mate.
it.
I know you're busy on
This is
Saturdays.
just the F40 Speed Champion, but I'm mocking out to make two different other Ferraris. So
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
make an F3
Did you
355.
get? Did
from
you
like,
get? Sorry, go on, mate.
I'm gonna mock out an F355 like Zenya's from 007 Goldeneye and Ferrari F512 TR from Cruising USA video game.
Oh,
Whoa.
Xenia on the
Sorry.
top.
that was my phone.
Her Ferrari that she drives in the movie.
Yeah. Vaguely remember it. Yeah.
Hello.
That and the one from the Cruising USA video game for the N64, the one that's on the cover.
Right. Okay, that's cool. Nice.
The Ferrari F40 is my favorite car, so that is my favorite Speed Champion set.
That's this
Yeah, you'll have to update us with the progress, mate. Looks good.
So let's get a spin on then.
We just jumped from 9 to 13 likes, so clearly there's people out there watching who want to see me eat some randomness. So I don't know how.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try and
Dog
set up a
food.
second camera. You just have to take my word for it because none of these are particularly nice. Is it friction based? No, it's not. So I can stand it up actually because there's no gravity involved with it. So just in case you don't believe me, I know the worst one is the dog food one. So I'll put that at the bottom just so you guys know that I'm not trying to
Yeah.
make it
And
better.
with what you were saying that there's always pieces out the back of the store, I've bought so many pad boxes, and yeah, there is always stuff at the back.
We got it, guys. We're going bubblegum or mouthwash. I mean, I could do with both right now, but 1 second.
Hands off. Wash ain't too bad.
What do we think it's going to be, guys?
I'm predicting the bubble gum.
Bubblegum it is.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. And the mouthwash, not that bad anyway, because it's effectively mint. But I got to say, the worst one is the dog food. And we just
That
kept,
doesn't sound fun.
dog poo. So every time we get to 5 more likes, every 5 things, I'll do another spin. So when we get to 15, I'll spin again. Hello. Hello there.
Hello.
Go on then. Say hello then. Go on.
Hello, boys.
There you go.
Hello.
And girls.
And girls.
Hi, girls. Oh, there's
Right,
girls
muted
again.
again.
Not all nerds are girls. Not all nerds are boys. Right. So, oh Jesus, we just jumped to 16 likes. So that means I got to hit the bean again.
Yeah. And
Means people are going to pop out of the woodwork and you're going to get to 100 and you're going to regret it.
yeah,
Oh, it's on the birthday cake or soap,
I'm going soap.
I think, guys.
Soap.
Oh, yeah, I got the birthday cake. Jesus, it's gone dark in here.
Oh.
No, it's been uneventful so far, and I got to say that soap one was quite a tough one. Oh, there you go. That's better. You can see me now. Living in the shadows.
So yeah, guys, next.
Thing is 20. Get us to 20. We'll hit another bean. I'm not sure what Sean was on about here with okay, hang on. I'm guessing he's gone off to get himself a shoe to drink out of. But yeah, if you want to join the stream, Sean, and anybody else out there in the chat, the link is above. Just come and join us, and let us know what you're building, what you're up to, what you're doing, and suggestions in the chat for what we can talk about next. Because, you know, I'm all kind of Legoed out. I'm happy to talk about Lego because obviously it's or Star Wars because they're my loves. But if you guys want to throw something else out there that you want us to talk about,
Well, I've got something that I'm going around the community asking the same question. So I'm a fan of old Lego. So I have a different perspective about the sets that have come out across the years compared to most people in the community right now. And so I've been thinking about how the sets have evolved really since the minifigure came out in 1978, because from the first 20 years of sets, they were all around about the same, but the minifigure is by far the biggest evolution in sets, in my opinion. And I've been thinking what the best years are. And so I thought, what is the golden age of Lego? And for what I like, I think it's 86 to 94. But I've spoken to other people who say 2008 to 2014. Some people have said 2012 to 2016. And I think most people say now because they've either come out of their dark age or they haven't been collecting their whole lives. So what years do you guys think the golden age for Lego is?
when you say for Lego, do you mean for Lego for me or for Lego as a company?
I think anyone that answers that question can answer it either one of those two ways that you just said.
Because, I mean, my experience and, you know, footing in Lego is generally only kind of ingrained in Star Wars because that's all I collect. But it also happens to be that, you know, the generation that my daughter was kind of getting Lego was probably for about a 4 or 5 year kind of sort of spell. And that was also the spell of time where my fiance was also sort of buying Lego and receiving Lego. So it's quite a small thing for me, but I can only really say, like, obviously I've been collecting Lego and been playing with Lego sets for, I guess 45 years. But I in terms of what was like golden age for me is like when it was the most exciting, I was getting the most from it and from everything connected to it. And, I was getting the most bang for my buck and enjoying the sets that were coming out. That's the only thing I can really measure on, because I could do like what you've done, Mayo, and be more of a historian and be like, well, this is when the minifigure came into kind of, or whatever. But those are things that I kind of witnessed, and there's been so many of those that it's difficult to kind of put a finger on it in terms of them making a change. I'm only going to put it on when I was the most passionate about Lego and Lego Star Wars, and that was the era of sets between what year going to say 2016 to 2020, because in that time period we had Rogue One sets, we had Solo sets, which are two of my favorite waves. We did have a few sequel sets, but also I was buying sets from a fiance. We had Lockdown in there as well, where I received probably one of the best sets I've ever received for my 40th, which was the Mos Eisley Cantina, and built that, and got a chance to kind of collect older sets that were long retired through Facebook Marketplace, when that was a key time when you could get stuff really good price. So that was a good time for Lego for me in terms of being a collector. But also I think it was what defined both my Lego collection and my passion for Lego, in that I was, getting really into MOCs at that point and lots of different things. So I feel like that's when the real buzz was, in terms of what I was buying, what I was receiving, what I was doing, being part of a community. And that was when everything was kind of bubbling, if you like, for me, 2016 to 2020. And not only that, but in that space and time, like I said, my daughter was collecting the Mario sets, which I'm not going to say the Mario sets are the best that ever existed, but it was nice to see my own child connecting to Lego, regardless of what the theme was, in that time period, the way I did when I was her age. And, being excited to have sets and being excited to build sets and all that kind of thing. And that was that time period where she was probably most into Lego as well. So that kind of, earmarks it for me. So yeah, I would say that if I could go back and every year could be like those 4 years in terms of how I felt and what I was buying and what I thought and felt about Lego, then I think I'd be probably a lot more passionate and less negative about some elements of Lego than I am now. But that's me anyway. But how about you guys?
Well, 2020 is when I really got into building in general, not just Lego, but other stuff, because I had time. I was furloughed, although I was still sort of working. It was just the legislative part of my job that I was doing. So I was at home. My kids were at home. Well, my daughter was at uni, but at home. So we just existed, the three of us. And my son became nocturnal, so that the house was constantly revolving. So we'd start something and he'd finish building it in the evening, like overnight, whilst he was gaming.
Yeah.
I miss that, I have to say. It was a lovely, I know 2020 was horrible, but for me as a mum, that was a really nice time, because we all did just do very simple things like building and baking and, the things that you don't have time for. And I don't get, because they're both, well, my daughter's in America and my son's in Plymouth, so I don't get that anymore.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I think sometimes we kind of overlook. I mean, don't get me wrong. That was a turning point time for things like social media and tech companies and people, downloading apps and all that kind of stuff, which has kind of paved the way to, the down sort of scale of things now, in terms of things like doom scrolling and all that kind of stuff. But when you had that much time on your hands, and of course this isn't for everybody, some people continue to work full time, but when people were having that much more time on their hands, you weren't that critical of yourself for spending an hour looking at nothing on the internet, because you had 20 or 12 or 15 or 16 of them a day to waste. So, and also people were being more creative and productive than they ever were anyway. So it was still only represent that doom scrolling or whatever it was, or losing time in social media or whatever it might be. Although it helped to create the beast that it is today, you didn't feel as bad about it at the time. At least I didn't, because it was still only a small portion of what was otherwise very, productive time.
Yeah.
Or, and I say productive, just resting and relaxing. To me, that was productive as well, because it's not something I get to do very often. And it was like, you'd have to wait for a week off to be able to just sit and watch a movie without there being dishes to do or whatever. And in those months, we would have a designated couple of hours a day where we'd watch a movie or two, and we'd have designated time where we were going to be doing something creative and going for walks, and you know what I mean? And it's just so that even if you were doing a little bit more doom scrolling, a little bit more social media than you ever would have liked, it was still negligible in terms of what was good. And yeah, so I would go back to that, given a chance. And I'm of the generation who, I get that it kind of was the kind of start of the end of the world type of thing and all that kind of malarkey. But I still always think to myself, right, next time we have a lockdown, next time
I do exactly the same.
Planning for another one, and the chances of that happening again are kind of, 1 to 1, but it could happen. And I don't want it to happen for the health reasons, but in terms of, oh, look at this guy. Is this Paddy?
This is Paddy, yeah.
Paddy! Hello, Paddy!
Paddy.
Paddy! Woo-hoo.
Paddy, can you speak? Speak. No, he says, I'm just going to snort.
Little legs
Go
go.
on then.
How about yourself, Panda? What would you say is your
The
defining-
golden age of Lego. Are you still there, Panda?
I don't know, maybe the 90s era.
Any particular years from the 90s? Because I know that the late 90s gets a lot of criticism.
Well, probably the early 90s.
So we have a little bit
A
of
lot of the cool sets and stuff that I knew of were mostly in the 80s and early 90s, probably up to 92 or something like that.
which is when the Octan sets came out in 1992. But anyone else in the chat, if they want to give an answer, I personally would really like to hear it.
So I just see now the Papa Trip is building the Bricklink Designer Adventure in Transylvania set and printing Lilo and Stitch figures for Grace's birthday next week. She's our baby. Will be 27 years old. Grace. Right, a youngest daughter. I was trying to remember the name of your son's fiance, girlfriend, wife. Can't remember. But no, you're obviously talking about your own. So I know you got two boys, Papa Trip, but I forget how many more you've got. But yeah. So let us know how that. I haven't actually seen that set. I probably would recognize it if I saw it, but it doesn't spring to mind. When you say Lilo and Stitch figures, I'm guessing you mean kind of this scaled up figures that you lovingly did for me. Yeah. Cute pup.
The dog has gone. Oh no, he's back. I've got a new rug down here, and he's just discovered the new carpet, and he's just made it his.
And I think there's some nuance to my question, because you like Star Wars, Cool Han, so that pretty much rules out anything before the year 1999. As Sarah, you're mainly interested in the Harry Potter sets, and which is also when the Bionicle theme came out. So that for someone like you, that rules out everything before 2001. For the Ninjago fans like Oaktown Bricks, who was in the chat earlier, that might rule out everything before 2011. So I think people's answer is also dependent upon what their favorite theme is.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But I've got more history with Lego for Star Wars than I've got with it, in terms of, obviously it's been around for 20 years, but I was about 20 when it came out, so it's probably half and half in terms of the amount of years I'd been alive. Oh, sorry, no, it's 25 years now, so it has outweighed it. But in terms of like the years that I was playing and collecting Lego before, probably not quite as many as it is since, if that makes sense. But I was still quite conscious of, like, without this kind of sounding awful, when I was a kid, I wasn't that excited about Lego. Like, I was excited about, like, it would be any other toy, but I wasn't, like, the Lego brand wasn't everything for me. And the reason for that is because there was so many other things around. Like, I was a huge He-Man fan, so those kind of action figures, collecting and buying those, and G.I. Joe, or Action Force as they were called in the UK, and also like the Star Wars figures themselves, and those kind of, there was just so much that I was collecting. So Lego was just another one of many toys that I was kind of passionate about, so therefore it didn't sort of stand out, whereas now it's like, surrounds my every being. And obviously those were the years for me where it was becoming that. So
Okay, Oak. So that's an interesting answer, because you're now the second person who has said 2008 to 2014 that I've talked to. Anyway, that's the final build. There's a ton of foliage, so much foliage.
Yeah,
That's the reason why I wanted this MVP to
whose
be.
egg is out of the top of the tree? Is it the elephant's egg?
I think it might. Well, I'm not sure what.
Can't be the ostrich, surely.
I don't think there's a defined African bird, is there?
I'm not
Sure,
sure, but
there is. I'm sure there is, but I'm just a sucker for the foliage pieces, and this is a set. I don't normally keep the gift with purchases together because I'm more interested in the pieces than the set itself.
yeah.
But there are elements of this set which I think I can use in some of my displays.
No, it does look pretty cool. Fair play. Nice.
Yeah, so I'm going to move on to the friendly snails now.
Oh wow. Just
Oh,
banging them
I
out.
really wanted those. They're lovely.
They are cute. Fair play.
And I've also got a Super Mario Kart and a Fortnite set that I'll build after this.
Jesus, I thought you said it was like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but I woke up at 4 p.m. yesterday. Well, now that I'm home alone for the next 2 weeks, I will probably be living a nocturnal life, because that's when my friends are awake.
It's weird actually, because I can stay up quite late, and I tend to, especially if I'm streaming or on someone else's stream. But trying to do Lego, I think I was trying to build that time I was on your stream, and it just, as soon as I start concentrating, especially because of my eyes, and they're quite sensitive, as soon as I start trying to focus on something, I'm gone. So I can stay up all night doing housework or even working. But if I'm sat in bed comfortable and I start doing some cross stitch or reading or doing a crossword, I'm gone. My eyes just can't focus. But no, that one looks pretty cool. Fair play. I've just noticed in this comment in the chat, and this is actually, I'm going to bring this up because I think it's quite relevant. So it's X for Dax. So his son Dax, we met his girlfriend, but unfortunately they've split up, and he's taken a promotion to an engineering lead position with Boeing. So first of all, congratulations, Dax. It was nice to meet you. I know you're probably not watching, but Papa Trip, pass on that message. Congratulations on the promotion. And sadly, obviously, things didn't work out. But I will say this now, and hopefully Slurpee doesn't mind me mentioning this. Slurpee had a bit of a conundrum when he won that set at Brickworld. And he was like, I remember sitting up in the room, and I'd mentioned the Kirsty liked that camera set, but I wasn't saying it like, I think I said it before he won a prize. I remember seeing the prizes up there, and I remember looking at them and saying, and I'm glad I'm not, in this competition, because if I'd won any of those, I don't think there's any of them that I'd really want to take home with me. And nothing appeals to me. And Slurpee said pretty much the same thing. I said, although if I did win something, I would probably pick the camera and give it to Kirsty, because she's a huge Disney fan, and she was like, she liked the idea of getting the Walt Disney minifigure. And that was just passing comment. It wasn't like, if you win, give me this kind of thing. No, I wouldn't even dream of it. But especially because at that point, I didn't even know if we would be able to get it home. But Slurpee ended up winning, and he picked it. And then he was like, well, I picked it because I was thinking either I could give it to Kirsty or I could give it to Dax's girlfriend. Because I think, she had said that she likes Disney or something like that. I can't remember exactly how the conversation went. And then Papa Trip afterwards offered him some money to give it to her. And he was kind of up in the room going, I think I'm going to get. I said, yeah, you do whatever you want to do. Like, it's your prize. I said, otherwise, I'll take it home for you. And, next time I see you, we can get it. And you can, because he wasn't able to take it because he was flying on to California. And his suitcase was already rammed as it was. He gave me a bunch of his stuff as it was. So I was like, look, I'll take it back for you and I can sell it for you. I can do whatever. I said, I don't mind giving you something for it to give it to Kirsty. And he was like, no, I wouldn't take anything for it. If I'm going to give it to someone, I'm going to give it away. Anyway, he ended up deciding that he was going to give it to Kirsty. I appreciated and
bless him.
Appreciated. But kind of, I think he'd be kind of glad now that he didn't go with the other option of giving it to Dax's girlfriend because they've now split up. So yeah, but and I'll just make sure if anything ever happens, heaven forbid, between me and Kirsty, I'll get that set back for you. but no, jokes aside, appreciated that, and
See, that's what I like about this community. You're all so nice.
Yeah,
you're decent people.
No, look, fair play to Papa Trip. He's a fantastic guy. And I think that's why. And I said, look, mate, you do what you want to do. I'm not going to think any less or more of you. And I know Papa Trip would say the same thing for him not giving it to Dax's daughters, particularly now. But it was like, he was in that room and he was like, I'm definitely not keeping it. I'm definitely not selling it. And I'm definitely not taking money for it. Those aren't a decision. The decision is to give it to someone here and now and I can see it, or to give it to someone, who I probably know a little bit better, back home. And I was just like, hey mate, you just don't even think about it right now. There's no eventually made the decision, but like I said, I was really appreciative. So, and so was Kirsty. So yeah, and he got an invite to our wedding for that little thing. So there we go. But yeah, so Oaktown, I can see you out in the chat, mate. I know Mayo asked you to highlight, go into a bit more detail as to why 2008 to 2014, that 6 year, was your golden year. I'm assuming because of your age, but tell us a little bit more. And also, I think you said you were going on a trip today, so you couldn't join. But if you want to pop in and say hello, mate, then please do so. And how many
Now, I can't speak for Papa Trip, but when I think about the years 2008 to 2014, I think of that's when the Lego Group had finally made all their corporate changes to avoid the bankruptcy, and that was up until the Lego moving. And I think for some of the different themes they came out with in that era, they were as adventurous in that era, but they succeeded in the same way they were adventurous in the late 90s and the early 2000s, but they failed. Because I know so many people of my age who also grew up then, and that's technically when I grew up with the Lego bricks. And so yeah, those years were really good. That's one of the better eras, and I have a lot of nostalgia for it. But I think a more definitive way to put a bookend on those years is 2008. That's when the modulars were now available, and 2014. That was when that was when the Lego Movie came out, and it's because of those bookends. Some people might say 2007 to 2014, because the Cafe Corner came out in 2007. So yeah, that's definitely a good answer, and it's probably those defined years probably the best answer that I've got, to be honest. Because I'm not sure if there was anything interesting Star Wars related for you, Kulhan, or Harry Potter related for you, Sarah, that were at that time.
What was the time period again?
2008 to 2014.
Yeah, that was kind of before I'd kind of gotten back into it. So I can definitely say there's probably sets from that period that I've since purchased and albeit secondhand, and enjoyed. I wasn't there to enjoy them at the time, so I think the year then becomes irrelevant. But no, I for me, obviously seeing Rogue One, being slightly into Lego, going out, buying a few of the sets, receiving them, and then when Solo come out, going to see that movie. And okay, going to see the movie doesn't define a Lego era, but knowing that, watching the film, and I think some of the sets were already out at that point, some had yet to be released, but seeing sets and being like, oh yeah, they should make a Lego set of this, and just kind of having Lego at the forefront of my mind whilst enjoying things Lego related or by proxy, and then building those sets, buying those sets and building those sets and recalling the movie, and do you know what I mean, that whole kind of thing. And then of course I would be building a Rogue One set, for example, being excited about it while probably watching Rogue One on telly, whilst my daughter was next to me building a set of her own. And that kind of, and that's kind of gone now, because we don't really build together anymore because she's not really that into Lego, so that's gone. I don't very often build full stop. I don't get that same vibe from a set because I don't build generally anywhere near the time I even buy it, let alone when it came out. So again, like I said, because of circumstance, I've lost a lot of that, and it's been for my own fault and my own circumstance. But I still think it was for the better, because obviously at that point I was like probably spending a fortune on Lego just to go home and build it and then whatever. But you can't knock that kind of feeling, that excitement. I think that was back at the time when every time I built a Star Wars set, I'd be watching Star Wars as well, and I still see people do that now, and I think, I remember those days.
And what about the Harry Potter aspect?
Well, for me, it was very much just the aesthetic of the buildings initially. I mean, I've always liked Lego. I've still got some Lego from when I was a kid. And it's a little old and musty now, needs a good clean, but it's still there. But it was literally the aesthetic that I liked, because I wanted to display something different in my house other than, I don't know, just trying to find my own identity within my decorating, I guess, rather than just having a house with kids stuff in it. And then I filled it with kids stuff. But there we are. So very much initially it was the aesthetic, because it wasn't just Lego, it was the card buildings that I like to do as well. I've got ship from Harry Potter, from the Triwizard Tournaments, this sort of size that's made out of cardboard. Was foamy card, isn't it? So it was kind of finding something that a different hobby, but I got something else out of it at the end. So I think when did I buy my first set? It was probably in 2020, the first Harry Potter set. I couldn't tell you which one it was exactly, but I've bought most of the ones that they've released since then, the smaller sets, not the bigger sets.
Well, I know that from that age range, 2010 was a big year for the Harry Potter theme, because that's when they brought it back. So is there anything from the 2010 Harry Potter theme wave that interest you? Like if you, if you want to go back and get something.
I would have liked to have the very first full model of Hogwarts.
Mm.
And had I been more aware of Lego at the time, I mean, not that I wasn't aware of Lego, but it wasn't necessarily in my sphere. I don't really know anybody else that builds it like I do, apart from my brother-in-law now. I may well have bought it then, but it would have been a stretch financially. Whereas now I could just buy it if I wanted to. But finding one that's from then sealed that isn't extortionate price is probably going to be fairly difficult, isn't it, really?
Mm.
Yeah, because I think of the Night Bus, the Hogwarts Express, the Boho. I think that's when the first Diagon Alley came out. I'm trying to think of some of the others. There was another version of the Harry Potter castle. Sorry, Hogwarts Castle. What am I saying? And I think that was the year when the Hogwarts Express and the Ford Anglia came together as one. I think you also got some new people in chat.
Yeah, I've been throwing them at, but Mike's the absolute lad. Oaktown just says he's gonna. He promises he's going to explain, and then said goodbye.
Yeah. Well, I am going to be doing a part 2 stream of the Golden Age. What is it? In 8.5 hours time. So I'll see you there. I'll see you there, Oak.
Okay. So we are currently on 18 likes.
Now, I will say, I checked this a minute ago and it was 19. So someone has unliked it.
And now it's gone back on. Now it's 19 again. I don't know what that was about, but somebody obviously felt guilty for removing a like. Why would you do that? Like, I don't get that.
And unlike it, at least, if you don't like it, but don't take your like off. But yeah, so we've got 19. What I'll do is I just realized that we've already been going 2.5 hours. I thought like it was gonna.
It's obviously been flying by.
So we got to hit one more like, and I'll to spin the jelly bean. And in terms of the getting to 100 likes,
I'll extend that to the second stream as well. So we'll add them together.
Just to see if we can do it. So if we can get 50 apiece, then
I'm going to go and make 50 different accounts now just so I can like them.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether that's what Sean meant when he went, hang on, and then disappeared. Like, what was he planning to go do? I thought he was doing the stream, but I guess not. But
Yeah, that was a rather ambiguous comment.
or maybe he's promoting this somewhere.
Maybe.
Yeah, hang on, I'll make that happen. I'll just make a few phone calls here.
Yeah, maybe in the ACOB Discord server or whatever.
Yeah, well, I used to post in there actually, but I kind of just felt a little bit guilty doing that because I don't use the Discord server as much as I probably should. I say should, you know, I have no responsibility to get involved at all, but I used to be quite active in them. I'm not anymore, which kind of makes me feel a little bit out of the loop. But if it's between being out of the loop,
It's at 20. It's at 20.
yay! If it's between being out of the loop at the ACOB Discord and trying to remember to catch up with chat there, I still think I'd prefer to be out of the loop because I just struggle with that kind of thing. The written word is not my forte, but I say the written and the reading of the word isn't my forte. But also, I felt a bit bad posting in there when I was generally not getting a chance to even watch the ACOB show. When I was watching it all the time, I didn't mind because I was an active member. But when you're not an active member of someone else's community, but you want to use their community to showcase your stuff, to me, that feels a bit scummy and a bit like you're using someone else's platform to showcase yours. So I stopped doing it. I didn't think it just felt morally wrong.
Yeah, that's why when I go into Discord servers. I mainly just post pictures of whatever mocks I'm building.
Okay, so let's give it a spin. As you can see, the arrow is not affected by gravity, so it's not going to kind of fall to the bottom. So, not that there's anything here I'd particularly pick anyway. We are on. Oh, that's on the line. You know, it's just about. As you can see, that it's just about on the cusp of being tropical or curry. So let's hit the.
Oh, I
tropical.
feel like that's an easy one for you.
Kind of is, but I mean, there's nothing in like we did these with my daughter and Kirsty, and I think they spat at least one out. I didn't spit any out, although I was very close with the dog food one because that was particularly bad. But neither, some of them weren't. Like the soap one was kind of weird. But there's nothing here that I really want to eat because the curry one, if I remember rightly, was. It didn't really taste like. It didn't taste like you're eating a curry. It's almost like curry flavored jelly bean, which is a lot worse. Does that make sense? So.
I mean, none of them appeal, I have to say.
No, absolutely. I mean, even the nice flavors of some of them aren't things that I would normally go for. So here we go. We've had all good so far.
Really? Yeah. So Panda, how was live?
Yeah, I would say that's more tropical than curry. Sometimes the aftertaste kicks in. No, that's definitely fruity.
All right, I guess. Could be better, could be worse.
So there we go, guys. We got to get another 5 likes for me to
do another bean challenge. So far, we've had 3 out of 6. So,
but yeah, it doesn't look like that mock is. If anything, it looks like you've taken some more stuff apart.
Oh, this is just the F40 itself built. I'm just using right now. I'm just trying to mock out another one. I have more than one. I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. Because just now I thought you had like the kind of the skeleton of one, another one next.
I do. I do. I'm trying to.
Oh, I see. Right, I didn't see that. Okay.
Design around right now the pieces that exist and anything else I have to go search for.
Oh, fair play to you. I mean, whenever I've done like mock building, especially if it's kind of free mock like that or free building, I can feel myself sweating because I'm like, I know what I want to try and do, but I just can't get there. And it's like,
well, yeah, I do that too, but I also try and start with whatever I got for the pieces of whatever I'm using at first to see if I can challenge myself to work with that limitation at first.
I think I might
See
do
what you can
something.
get.
as well. I'm feeling inspired. I don't have any.
genuine Lego sets to hand. I've got a half-built Imperial shuttle, but I'm going to finish that on a live build. So
I'm going to build one of these little pocket-size Loctech sets instead. Sacrilegious, I know, on a. Well, it's not really a Lego stream in fairness, so I can get away with it. But I could build this little Loctech telephone.
Nice.
And for the people who are kind of less than 25, don't recognize this is what telephones used to look like.
What's that round circle in the middle? That's all.
Have you ever seen those videos of like they give like an old style phone or a cassette to kids and show it
Yes.
like,
Yeah. Here
really
you
good
go.
Cassette, and like music comes out of this, and they're like putting it up to their ear, the cassette to their ear to try and get the music out of it.
See that's where you can tell they were born in the iPhone generation.
No, absolutely. And of course, when it came to things like music and film and all that, any kind of media like that, there was always another piece of equipment between the equipment that it, but like, so for example, you'd have the VHS player and the TV before you could view it. Whereas that kind of middle ground doesn't really exist anymore. Like you stream things straight to what you're watching them off, or you watch, like Netflix or whatever it is. So everything's already there. You haven't got to kind of preload or go and buy an extra piece of equipment. And the same with
listen to music. You know, it's on your phone or it's on the radio, or well, not even radio that people listen to anymore, but comes straight from the source. Whereas before you had to go out and purchase the player, purchase the media and the variety, whatever you wanted, and then and that's the bit that when I've talked to my daughter, she kind of is like, so you had to buy something to play it off, and then you had to go and buy the music as well. And I'm like, yeah, well, that doesn't seem weird to me, but of course to that generation it would, because they've never experienced having to. I mean, the closest she gets to that is computer games, but of course they haven't even that. Sometimes you can get them on there, but she gets. I said, you imagine what it's like when we buy a new Mario game for the Switch, and we got to buy it, we put it in. I said that's what it was like for music and TV and film, and she's just like, what? And the biggest one for my daughter as well is getting her head round two things to do with TV. One is the limitation on channels. She said there was only 4 or 5 channels, and the other one is that you couldn't just stop something and watch it next time or anything like that. So it was like a movie was starting at 9 o'clock and you had to, and she was like, and I'm like, yeah, if you were watching a cassette or a VHS, you could pause it and fast forward and play. And even that wasn't particularly easy. But if you're watching a movie most of the people would be watching a movie on TV. It'd start at 9 o'clock. If you weren't there at 9 o'clock, if you needed to go and use the toilet, you missed some.
Mm.
And she's, oh, what? But she just like, mind was blown, and then of course mine was blown at the fact that was unusual for her, like, you know what I mean? So
I think that's why I watch everything on catch up or stream, because the thought of sitting through adverts it just doesn't appeal to me at all.
No, absolutely. I absolutely loathe adverts, and of course I was sort of raised on watching adverts, but at least the adverts had meaning. Then you knew it was a toothpaste commercial. You knew. Nowadays you watch an advert for 20 minutes and you're like, what is the advert for? There was an advert the other day. We were watching The Traitors, and there was an advert about a woman arriving at somebody's house, and the guy is an actor, a famous actor, and he's eating scones, and she's making for it. Somebody's made and told him, like, she's messaged her to say, you can come and pick up the scones that I made from my house. And she turns up and he's there and he's eating them. And then he gives her the empty tin, and then she snaps it back off him. And I'm like, wait a sec, is this an advert for like Etsy? Is there the show that she's on a Ring doorbell? So I'm like, is this an advert for Ring doorbells? Is it an advert for scones? It turns out it's an advert for like PlayStation or something like that. And I'm like, what the what happened? I didn't see like a PlayStation. No, not PlayStation. What's the computer game where you walk around and you're like in a balaclava and stuff and you're killing other people? So like something Black Ops or something like that.
A Call of Duty Black Ops.
Yeah, it's that. It's like she's playing, the woman who sold you the scones is playing Call of Duty Black Ops, and it's just that at the end, and then it shows an advert for it. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, there were some really bizarre ads, but the smart advertisers are on the internet, not on TV now, and also the smartest advertisers on YouTube make their adverts only 6 seconds long, so they can't be there's no skip ad button.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't mind 6 seconds. It's when they've been on for so long that I've forgotten what I'm watching.
Yeah, you load up a film or a show, and of course, when you add Prime, Netflix, I'm not even talking that long ago. I want to say like 4 or 5 years ago, we had Prime, we had Netflix, Disney Channel, whatever else there was. And the reason we were watching those is because you could get away from adverts. But now they've all, just in the last year or so, they've all started to have adverts. So you play like something on demand. Let's just say we're watching, I don't know, we've been watching The Boys again recently. So you press play on an episode, and before the episode comes up, you get a little circle in the corner which says like, I don't know, 85. And it plays like 85 seconds, which is like, almost a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Advert. It don't seem like a lot, but when you're like, but I'm already paying to have a streaming service so that I don't have to watch ads, so I can watch it when I want to watch it. And now slowly they've integrated ads into it. And then they're saying, pay for Prime Premium so you don't have to have adverts. And I'm like, hang about. So you've created a piece of media, product that is different from everything else because of all these different attributes. But the one of them being that you can watch anything you like when you want without watching adverts. They market that, they get you to buy into it. Once you're then buying into it, they then slowly bring all that stuff back and then ask you to pay for a premium version on top of a paid subscription to then not have that stuff. And it's like, that seems like a hustle to me. That don't seem right.
Yeah. The free one has more ads. The one that you paid that's ad free has some ads. You could even pay to even have even more, but then
It's
that's
ridiculous.
still not out of the woods of necessarily ads.
It just
I really
seems-
don't understand because, yeah, I get you're going to have to advertise and stuff, and that's fine, and people can accept that. It's like, but when you go into the realm of like ridiculousness, it's like, what are you even doing? Like I think a month ago, I clicked on what was supposed to be like a 2-minute YouTube video of something. I can't remember what it was, but it went into an ad. The ad was like an hour and a half worth of ad. And I was and it went right into it. It wasn't like it was like, hey, you can skip it, it's an ad. And after like about 10 minutes, I'm like, what even is this? Is this what I clicked on? And it's like, no, this is an ad and it's an hour and a half long. And the thing I wanted to watch is only 2 minutes long.
So was that ad by one of those fake rich people who try to sell you who try to sell you the online course about how to become rich, and the reason they're rich is because they sell the courses?
No, it was just like some kind of thing that, you pay for the ad space. Like people have done YouTube videos on this, literally paying to have this stuff so they can have this basically their video as their ad on everybody else's thing. So you're just watching their video that they made. It was it was just like a video. Like someone's like, you would click on that and watch it as a video, but it's like, it's not. It's an ad.
I've seen that, and it's not even necessarily related to what it is you've clicked on. Because I remember having one the other day showing you like how to use like, I don't know, tools and stuff like that.
But like what I get to say, it's like, okay, so it's an hour and a half. So most people, that would piss people off already. If it's something that's interesting, it's like, oh, okay, well maybe I want to watch this. You used to be able to go up to the top left corner and click a link, and it would take you directly to that ad on someone's YouTube channel. So you could just watch the ad itself directly if you wanted to watch it. But you can't pause it, you can't go back, you can't watch it. So if you're watching an hour-long video that's interesting and you want to go back to something, you can't. If you want to skip to something ahead, you can't. And then if something happens and your web page reloads, well, now the ad's gone. You don't even know where it is, and you wouldn't even be able to go watch it again. So even if you wanted to actually legitimately watch that hour and a half long ad, you can't scan through forward or back. And if you were literally watching it and your browser did something or the ad screwed up and it was just a circle, well, now you're not even going to be able to watch the end. So now you're just going to be even more disappointed that you didn't even get to watch the ad. And it's like, at what point are you helping anybody with what you? It's like it used to be like you put an ad for something, somebody's going to be interested. So I'll give you your 30 seconds and I'll actually legitimately watch your ad and I won't be mad about it because it's something that's interesting. Yeah, I don't want to watch it, but it's whatever. Or yeah, I don't want to buy it. Now it's just going to be random stuff all over the place. It's like, why don't you just actually do some sort of like an ad that somebody's going to like? Why do you spend time pushing all these ads nobody wants? They're going to skip it because you have all the metrics. You can see the people skip it. It's like, put that in towards, I don't know, maybe a video closely related to that topic and pick one of your other ads to put somewhere else. Because you can do the same thing. If you're paying that much to have your video, it's like, put the ones that you made that you want, and then people will buy your stuff or not skip your ads.
Well, this is it. I thought the algorithm was supposed to make it so that you got things that were in your sort of
relevant
likes. But I mean, I watch you guys, so Lego stuff, travel vlogs, and homesteading stuff. So why am I getting young influencers going to Paris wearing Pandora stuff? There's I don't want to watch somebody blending beauty things.
That kind
clearly
of stuff on the same channel that all those people watch all those kind of stuff. Like, I get you're going to go with the AdSense thing, and well, you know, this person might particularly like it. Yeah, but if they're blocking your stuff, you're not going to see exactly what they're like. You probably shouldn't put a whole bunch of fashion ad stuff on something that's not fashion related, but you're not putting these ads on the fashion influencers and all that stuff. That's what all those ads should be. Stuff that they would actually buy.
Yeah, because like there's so many advertisers who market stuff that people who have personalized ads turned on aren't going to buy. So I have personalized ads turned on, and I'm a 25-year-old a male grad school student, and yet Pandora Jewelry is advertising.
Hey, you're going to buy that? Well, let's push extra hard to push it to your demographic, because that's
Oh, they're
really
assuming that you have a girl that you want to buy the stuff for. That's what that is.
Yeah, but it's like I tune in to watch a person review a set, and a lot of my friends are reviewing sets right now, and I go to watch their video, and there's that same Pandora ad, and like I'm not in the jewelry market. I would prefer if KFC are advertising to me instead. I would prefer.
Oh, me too.
I would.
It's funny how that is, right? The things that you prefer, the things that you actually interact with,
I would prefer.
are things you won't get ads for some reason.
I would prefer if Apple are advertising to me what the next model of the MacBook is. They must know that I have it turned on, yet YouTube still takes Pandora's money to advertise Pandora to me when YouTube has the data of the videos I watch, yet they convince Pandora to advertise to me. Like what? Well, like YouTube and Facebook know that I've searched KFC products on their websites before, so KFC knows to advertise to me, but they don't have anything on me about a jewelry company or a fashion company. So I'm like, the strange things about the way that AI treats someone's historical data, which is why people joke about clearing their browser history.
Well, you know,
it's like basic things. Like, okay, you got everybody in the Lego community interested in Lego. How often do you see an actual legitimate Lego commercial on someone's Lego stream stuff, and not just some random thing you watched that has nothing to do with Lego?
Well,
I don't think I've ever seen a Lego ad.
Something I will say about that is I have been seeing more of them advertising to me. It used to be maybe once every 1,000 ads. Now I'd say it's one every 30 ads.
But if you watch like something else, like unrelated, you'll get like regular TV kind of ads like that, and Lego ads and stuff like that. It's like, why isn't it in anyone who's going to be marketed towards, I don't know, buying Lego, like anything toy related or something? Like if you watch television shows on television, syndication stuff, you're watching a cartoon show, guess what the commercials are? Oh, they're all like toy commercials.
Or the kids' cereal.
Like they're like literally marketed towards people who might be watching this show. It's not random. You're not watching like your Saturday morning cartoons, then you get a whole bunch of drug commercials for like senior citizens. That never happens. Because the drug companies know that the little kids aren't going to be getting all this stuff, and nobody else is going to be watching it.
Well, also the other reason that doesn't happen is because they can only do that in the US and New Zealand.
Oh yeah, I get that. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah,
as an extreme end of the scale. You know what I mean? When you watch a television channel that's related to stuff like this channel's targeted to old people. All the commercials for this channel are old people commercials. That's just
but like that's an interesting thing you brought up with the Saturday morning cartoons. The reason why kids' toys and cartoons were so good in the 80s is because the American laws were relaxed to let them advertise to children. That's why the G.I. Joe TV series and the toy line got so good in the 80s, because the laws let them do that, and that's why that was the boom. That was the boom of kids cereal.
I'm not even meaning like advertising towards kids or marketed towards kids. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, and I
Like,
think it's a good.
You could argue that you're marketing to the parents of the kids, because the kids are going to be like, "Hey, mommy, can you get that commercial? Can you get that thing, the toy, whatever?" Like, that's the whole reasoning behind it. We all knew that growing up. Exactly, when you watch it, you know what the targeted ads are. But those are targeted ads. There's no, well, we specifically watched that you watched this at 6:30 this morning, and you might like this. With all that information, they can't seem to get it right. But before, when they were just kind of just ballparking it, you can just throw it out there, and it's in the demographic that you're going to expect.
I think a lot of it is shot in the dark, because I remember having a conversation with Hive about, like, whenever I was watching his show, because I can almost never watch Hive's rant stream because it starts at like 5 o'clock in the morning for us. So it's very rarely. I might catch the morning if I'm up early for work, but otherwise I wouldn't be up that early anyway. So, and I remember saying to him that I have to watch it on replay. The only way I can really watch it. And every time I do, I get random ads, and they always seem to be the same ads when I'm watching his streams. And of course, you know, we had a little bit of a laugh and a joke about it, because it was mostly adverts for like plus size women's bras and stuff like that. And I was like, I get that, you know, maybe, like, the joke was that I'm obviously looking at, you know, stuff on the internet that's in relation to that, without going into detail. But I was like, yeah, but even if that was the case, I still wouldn't be purchasing bras. So how is that relevant? You know, it's linked to it, but it's not relevant. Do you know what I mean? It'd be like a kid who buys and watches Lego adverts, them advertising like a full-size thousands and thousands of dollar car made out of Lego, because a kid's not going to be buying that. So therefore, it might be Lego, but it's not really that relevant. So I was saying to that to him, and I think he mentioned it in one of his streams. And it's funny, actually, because we then got into a conversation about how frustrating it's going to be for us if and when we get to the point where people are watching us on replay after because obviously at this point you can watch our streams on replay, which most of our viewers do on this channel, but there's no ads. But of course that's going to change one day, and that frustrates me, because I do the same as I think Ultra mentioned it, or it was Papa Trip or Papa Rax mentioned it. He's like, watching those adverts is so frustrating. It sometimes can put me off, and like you said, they're irrelevant. But it reminds me a little bit of speaking to somebody. Was doing an interview with a LAN member, and they were saying, are you going to get they must have been a Star Wars fan, because they said, are you going to get these sets sent to you by Lego, like for free? And they were like, well, no, because they know I'm a Star Wars Lego fan, so the chance of me getting the Star Wars sets is slim to none, because they know I'm going to buy them and review them anyway. So therefore, they want to try and mix things up a little bit. So yeah, sometimes they will send me one, but generally they pick the sets they want to be sent, and generally they'll get the sets that are slightly different to their normal demographic, because they want everybody to be all encompassing, like, and advertising for them rather than being sort of pigeonholed. And that kind of makes sense from a marketing point of view. And I'm wondering whether, you know, for Pandora, let's just use Pandora as an example, because two of you mentioned that, you know, from different sides of different age groups, different sides of the world, and, you know, different sexes, and somehow you've both got the same kind of adverts, regardless of how relevant it is to you. There's two different completely walks of life getting the same adverts. And I think to myself, Pandora, when was the last time I sort of saw, like, there was a time where everybody was talking of Pandora, and this, you know, it's a multi-billion-dollar company probably, but it's gone off the rails a little bit. Like, you don't hear about it as much anymore as you used to. It used to be everywhere. So are they just like, you know, let's not just advertise to the people who we know are going to buy. Let's advertise to the people who are already looking. Let's advertise to everybody. That might be a strategy by them to be like, look, instead of spending $500,000 on advertising to the people who are already buying our product, let's spend twice as much and advertise to everybody, no matter how random it is, with the chance that one or two of those people might become. Do you see what I mean? It kind of feels a lot like that now. So it's not targeted ads; it's shot in the dark ads, hoping for new people. You know, because if I'm looking at Lego content and they're advertising Lego to me, 9 times out of 10, I already know about that product, so I don't need to see that advert. I wouldn't say I rather it, because I don't. I hate it, but I'm more likely to, you know, get information from an advert about something I don't know anything about. Does that make sense?
Plus size bras, apparently.
Bras, yeah, because you never know. I might decide that I want to wear one time, you know. But
Well, that's yeah.
there's a chance.
Kirsty.
So I think it's something to. I mean, I'm thinking
Stream in the future. Stream idea for the future, I guess.
it's crazy.
And stuff about how advertising works and some of the other tech related stuff is why I enjoy talking with Panda. Because a Panda knows more of the mechanics of some of that stuff. Because you were in the group chat, you were talking about computers, something, Panda, the other day.
Oh, the Minecraft update.
Yeah, I tried to read some of it as I was scrolling through because I wasn't on I wasn't on Instagram for 3 days and I'm playing catch up.
Yeah, it was a lot of information that I was throwing out there at first, but I left some time in between for people to be able to read and whatever the gist of war. But yeah.
Yeah, because you're still messing around with computers with the Windows 95 and 98.
I mean, I am. This is Windows, current Windows 11 and 10.
Yeah, because I know a bunch of the Mindstorms builders who have a Windows 98 computer specifically because of the Lego Mindstorm sets, and I'm talking about the original robotics era, and there are some people who still have a Windows XP computer because of the Mindstorms NXT.
Yeah, I have all that. That's a far into the future endeavor. We need to get more.
And that's when I think
download software.
yeah, you're a software guy, and that reminds me of the Big Bang Theory episode where Sheldon doesn't want to throw stuff away, and he gets into a petty argument, and all of a sudden he decides to bring out his Windows 98 computer.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've even seen that episode.
It was a throwaway line, but it's like once upon a time, Windows 98 would have been the greatest thing ever.
Well, yeah, back in 98.
Yeah. Yeah, because like we were talking about music earlier. You look at the music video for Blue Double D Double Da, and you have a 2025 lens from what CGI is now, and you go watch that music video and you think, wow, that CGI is terrible.
But at the time, it was groundbreaking. Yeah.
Yeah, because the late 90s was a technology boom, in my opinion.
Oh no, we lost Patty.
I'm really struggling with this set. I know it's only a little telephone, but I decided to try and build it without instructions. And I've gone sort of this much, which is most of the build except for like this bottom half, and I really can't work out how they build in that gap.
It might have been just StreamYard. You try to come back in again. StreamYard's been acting up,
Yeah, StreamYard to
kicking out and stuff. Me and other people over the last couple of days.
Yeah, just hit it again. It definitely wasn't us. We haven't booted you out, so don't worry about that. Let's just double check because I've missed a lot of comments when we went on a bit of a adverts rant there.
Smokey's out there. What's up, Smokey? Hopefully still there. Miss you. Papa Trip,
Everybody.
Papa Rex, how are you, great buddies? Advertisers are probably trying to find brand new customers. Ah, yeah. So Ultra Bricks probably said it before I did, but yeah, new customers, not to spend money to sell people to who buy already. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to get at. But obviously, you said it first, so well done, Ultra. I should have just read your comment, I guess.
See, Kulhan, that's the difference between your audience and my audience. My audience, they pounce on me if I don't read their comments within 2 minutes. They pounce on me.
Well, I try to be a bit. I try not to be. From day one, I've tried not to be. We'll read every comment, because I'm not saying that's what you've done, but because I think then you miss somebody and you feel bad then that you've missed them. But we do try to kind of catch up as and when we can.
Yeah, and that's why I've had to tell my audience that, yeah, I'm only going to read something if it's worthwhile reading.
But the downside of that is that the guys are kind of 50% engaged, 50% disengaged. So what that means is, I'm not saying they're not enjoying what they're seeing. Otherwise, I like to think they probably wouldn't be here. But they don't write something that's that kind of world changing just in case it gets missed and it was a waste of time. And I understand that. So that's the downshot of it can be sometimes when we ask the chat to come up with questions, we don't always get that because they're like, well, you may miss it, so I'm not going to bother. So, which is, you know, things and roundabouts, isn't it? So,
yeah, because you've created that culture, that expectation with your chat.
Enjoy the swimming lessons, Papa Rex. Kiddos are swimming. Enjoy. Nimble's in the chat. Obviously, he's back from his football, or maybe he's just in the locker room halftime. I'm not sure, but Nimble, let us know, mate. How did you get on in football? Did you win? What did you play as well? Be interesting. I'm not a big football guy. I played five-a-side in a leisure league type thing for a couple of years. I think I might talked about this before. The only reason we were ever invited to that, not because I had any interest in football, but a group of my friends used to play and they used to get basically walked all over by all the other teams because it was mostly blokes. And my mates at the time were a couple of years younger than me and my brother. And essentially, they just wanted people who were a bit more, what's the word? Aggressive. Not that I was aggressive, but you know what I mean? I was less likely to, my mates were probably a little bit, I don't know, I want to go into too much detail. Long story short, they were like, we need somebody who can like take tackles, and because we're just getting walked all over. So we were like, great. So me and my brother joined the team. And they just put us in defense whenever these blokes were running at us, trying to power through us. They hit a wall rather than like run through a skinny kid. So
yeah, see, I was never really good with my feet when we used to play association football, because I better not say SOCCER. And so I was not very, very good with my feet, but if you have a direct line to get to the ball, I could jolt enough. So I think due to my because I'm not very skillful in sports, I'm more of a defender type than an attacking type. I remember when we had to play netball in high school PE class. I was the goalkeeper, and I was the best damn goalkeeper there in my class.
yeah, I was going to say you feel like goalkeeper material, Mayo. You seem like that kind of guy.
No, I'm talking about netball, because the goalkeeper and the goal shooter, that's the smallest space you have to occupy on the court. And I'm better with my hands than my feet, which is why I was the class champion in table tennis. And so it's so much easier to swat a ball away than to kick a ball away, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've been teaching my daughter. They started playing netball in school, and she's a bit like me. She's more creative and artistic, and pen, paper, drawing, making, creating, that kind of thing. That's where I was always that guy.
Yeah.
Not a big
And-
fan of sports, but so they started doing netball in school, and bless her, she was like everybody else somehow already knows how to play, and she was struggling to pick it up. So we spent like a day watching YouTube videos. Christ, some of the adverts I got there were a nightmare. Probably last YouTube videos about netball and what the spacing is and what different positions can do what, just so she could have a better grip on it. And by the end of it, she kind of understood, because I didn't even know the rules of netball until after watching that. But yeah, so when I've spoken to her since, she was like, "Yeah, that was really helpful. I feel like I know what I'm doing now," kind of thing. So, but yeah, some people just pick these things up really easily. I found that in school, where some people were just naturally talented when it came to. Now, the thing for me was track and field. The problem is because most of my classmates wanted to kind of either stay indoors or play soccer or play football. We never got a chance to do it, even when the weather was nice. But I was always a track and field guy, long distance running, cross country, even sprint, all those kind of things. I used to love that kind of stuff. But we'd do it like maybe one day a year. And the rest of the year we'd be playing football. And I'd be like, really? Come on, mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, I prefer to watch sports on a field, but I prefer to play sports on a court. And I know the value of the defensive side more, because offense puts crowds in stadiums, but the defense wins championships and titles.
All right, I got to work out how this works. I think I've got it. Yes, I think I've got it.
I think I'm about to build the snail. The first 2 bags were for the base, and the bag 3 was for the log that it sits on. So, and there's some nice foliage. I wasn't expecting the brush bush to be in here.
Oh yeah, you can't see that really in the picture.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, because I think on the box the brush bush is hidden behind the snail, and also good to see some of the sand green fern/bamboo pieces.
Nice.
Yeah,
so
I'm a foliage addict.
this isn't an official Lego set. They've got some of these kind of random pieces in here, which obviously they don't make. Lego doesn't make these, but trying to work out how they fit into the set is an absolute nightmare.
Well, they make a they make a piece similar, but I think that one in the set you're building is offset by half a stud or something.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to work out how.
Because I think the more people branch out to brick brands that aren't Lego, they quickly realize how many different types of molds the other companies make. Like we all probably know people who have a fantasy set or a Funhole/Lumi brick set now, and there's pieces that those companies make that the Lego Group doesn't. Because I know a lot of people who build the Funhole/Lumi bricks, and there's a 1x2 plate with the studs on top and the bottom, and Lego doesn't make that.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
and it's like that's how you stay innovative when Lego has over 50% of the market. You have to do something. Either the sets have to be as good, or the price has to be way cheaper. And I'm seeing a lot of people who are cutting back on their Lego purchases because you just can't afford everything. Which kind of speaks to the FOMO you were talking about earlier.
Well, I think I'm going to go and have my dinner. I'm going to love you and leave you till later.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I really appreciate you joining. It was nice to put a face to the voice, I guess. But yeah, by all means, pop back. I'm going to be finishing this at about 6 o'clock, so in about another hour anyway. But we will be back tonight, so feel free to pop on by.
Okay, I'll see you later. Bye, chaps.
Later, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
Take
Nice
care.
to
Bye.
meet you. Bye.
See ya.
Now I've got to work out how to leave this thing.
Can't help you there.
I just closed the browser. That's what I do when I leave a StreamYard.
One of the big red buttons usually does it.
Yeah.
Ah, I thought I'd done it then, but I still haven't got it right. How?
How does this go on? Ah, it goes in there. Okay. And the 4x4 parabola dishes for the snail swell is printed. So you could try rig this up for power functions, and you could try and hypnotize someone if you really wanted to.
Oh yeah.
Could try and hypnotize someone. So Ultra says Zalumi bricks are on the right track with integrated lighting. If they can sort the minifigures out, they will be really onto something. And that's a barrier of greatness for a lot of those companies is because the Lego minifigure is under a patent. So you can't exactly copy their designs unless you're a Chinese bootleg company.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of a similar thing with the Disney Princess sets or the Friends sets in Lego. One of the reasons people might not collect stuff like that is because the minifigures are bad or they're not there.
Mm.
Because I remember getting my hands on some non bricks when I was young and innocent and didn't know better, and I was like, "Yeah, the quality is just terrible." The worst thing with particularly the Chinese brands is when the studs don't even clutch together. You get that little bit of like the studs might be too big to go underneath the anti-stud. Not sure if anyone's encountered that, but that's a nightmare.
Yeah, tolerance is important. Most important thing about it.
Which is why when I got some non-Lego at Target Australia years ago, it was 1,000 pieces for $10. And so I was like, for $10, I'll take a flyer on it and see how good how the quality stacks up. And the quality was actually good enough where I've actually used it in some of my mocks where you can't see it. So I am definitely not a Lego purist, but I'm not the type of person to go out and buy a set that isn't to Lego. Now, if there's like a bulk lot with some Mega Bloks pieces or whatever, I would try and use those Mega Bloks pieces.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't think I've ever really bought any non-Lego building sets, and don't really have Lumi bricks over here. I think that probably would sway me, but I'm generally only a Star Wars guy anyway. So because nobody else has that license, then there's no reason for me to branch out anyway. But little sets like these, I've either had bought for me or I've got them for free just from my workplace, just to kind of sample and take back and demonstrate, which I'm quite lucky enough that they do that. And the company I work for has a relationship with Blocktech, so we have like a range of their products
a designated area for them in the store now, which is relatively new. But so apart from that, but even when I have got these sets, I would never kind of mix them in with Lego. The temptation's been there to be like, oh, well, I need that piece in green and I've got it in that set. But I don't think I won't have gone to that point where I'm like, right, I'm going to dig it out of there. It doesn't matter if it's not Lego. I don't think I'd go that far, but I think sometimes they're quite fun to build, even if it's just as a comparative to Lego. And not only that, but you can really get Lego sets that are kind of this size and sort of build on a whim anyway. And sometimes some of these are quite inventive. Like just, I'm not going to really do anything with this. I'm not going to put this on display or whatever, but it's a cute little, it costs like pennies. And it's a cute little phone, and it's just, satisfied the build addiction. But also I can kind of, I think from a mock perspective, it sometimes gives you good, a little bit of inspiration on the way they've used bricks to do certain things. I think that's probably what I get out of it more than anything else. But yeah.
And like, I know a lot of people started collecting the Blue Brick sets because they had the Star Trek license.
Yeah.
And now Lego just revealed the Enterprise, and so all of the Trekkies are going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about that. But you notice something is that the Enterprise did not get as much hype as what the $1,000 Death Star did. And I think that's because not a lot of people might have known that that Blue Bricks had the Star Trek license before Lego got it. And kind of a similar thing with the Pokemon, because Mega Bloks had the license for Pokemon, and we're going to get the Lego Pokemon in 2026. I think the Enterprise is coming out on the 16th of November or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the dates, but I don't know. I don't know everyone's thoughts about the Enterprise because I'm not a Trekkie.
Well, I mentioned it on my stream last night, and I'll say this: I know very little about Star Trek, and I care even less about the franchise in general. No interest in buying the sets, and actually, I kind of find it like boring, right? The franchise. But in terms of a Lego set being looking and being designed well enough to look and match like what it's supposed to be based on, top marks, 100%. It's a shame it's not for something that I'd be interested in, because then I could love it from an owner's point of view and a collector's point of view and a buyer's point of view. But at the moment I can only respect it from a, I feel I'm happy for Star Trek fans, and that's as much as I can give it, because I'm happy that they've got something that's straight out of the gate, looks good, looks fantastic, well made, relatively decent price for what it is, great minifigures, not to the point where they're great, I need to own them. No interest whatsoever, but I can still look at something and respect it and be like, wow, that's well done, that looks good, and hey, if you're a Star Trek fan, I'm glad you got something that's going to keep you happy.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring up the lack of hype is because I remember on a couple of Brickheads when Steve Trek said that Star Trek would now be the second biggest theme. They need to release more than the Enterprise Dean and a gift with purchase for that to happen.
Yeah, what was the Black Friday thing? GWP. That was released yesterday as well, wasn't it? Do we know what it was though? I know it was. They were doing a special thing of it at 5:30. Somebody told me in the chat on a stream I did earlier this week, and I was like, no interest. But I still didn't. Surprisingly, I haven't had a chance. I haven't seen anything about what it actually is yet.
Yeah, I don't know what that is because I haven't heard people talking about it. And when I went to the Lego website at the start of the stream, there is no gift with purchases here right now.
No, it's for specifically for Black Friday, and it was just showing like a black box saying Black Friday, GWP release, special release or something like that. And I was seeing adverts everywhere for it. And I did a stream, I believe it was Wednesday, can't remember, one of the days this week, and somebody was like, "What do you think of the new?" Somebody in the chat was like, "What do you think of the new Black Friday GWP?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know anything about it." And they're like, "Oh yeah, it's getting released on Friday at 5:30 p.m. Whether that's UK time or not, I don't know." But I was like, "Okay," and I haven't heard anything since. So I was just hoping one of you guys knew.
No, I don't know what that is. And yeah, I've heard the same complaints at Papa about the Enterprise Ding as what people were complaining about the $1,000
Yeah,
Death Star. It's a $400 set, and I've heard people saying that it should have been $350.
it's quite expensive for what it is.
I'm not sure how many pounds it is. I don't know what the exchange rate is right now, but I'd imagine it'll probably be a $600 set here because of the exchange rates. But yeah, there wasn't too many people hyping it up. So I think that was a rather bold claim that Steve Trek made.
Well, while we're on the subject, kind of Star Trek, because I guess I think it's something that people were kind of either asking for or wanted, and obviously not me, prior to coming out. And I'm just interested in terms of, it could be a IP that Lego's done before or dabbled in, because I know what my answer is going to be, but I've got another one if not. But that you'd want them to do again or at all. And I'll start off with something they've done before and I would like them to do more of would be Tron, because they've kind of dabbled in it, but I'd love them to do that in a bit more, flesh it out a bit, especially with the new movie. I think the opportunity's gone, but I'd still love to see it. And then in terms of something they've never done, so loads of mocks of Brickworld for this, and I thought, wow, that would turn, not necessarily turn me away from Star Wars, but that would open me up a little bit to different things, and that would be He-Man. And as I say that, I see somebody starting a mock of Castle Grayskull on my Instagram feed, and I'm like, wow.
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, then there's three possible answers. It's either a theme they have right now that they're not doing a lot with, a theme that we'd like them to bring back, or a theme that they've never had but they want us to, but we want them to acquire.
Well, yeah, I think more the last one. But what I'm saying is like I've picked Tron just because I know they probably still own it, but they're not done anything with it. But it's the same really, because it may as well not exist. So, but yeah, so something. What would you? Is there something else that you'd like them to acquire that you'd feel like you would get? Would get tickle your fancy?
Well, there's plenty of themes that they once had the license for that I'd like them to bring back. But to answer that question, I mean, I think the default answer for me would be the NFL, because Oyo once had the NFL license. I don't think they have it anymore. They once had the NBA license, which is where we got those sets back in 2003. And after Kobe Bryant's death, his minifigures shot up in value a lot. So I would probably say the NFL, but the NFL, out of all the sports leagues in the world, is probably the most expensive one to get a merchandise license for, which is why the Oyo sets were so bad. So that would be my answer.
Hmm.
How about you, Panda, if you're there?
I don't know, really. I think it'd be kind of cool. They came out with some some other kind of like other classic movie kind of sets, like just make like a classic kind of movie line and make some
Yeah.
stuff like a nostalgia stuff, like
Well,
other,
if
like older kind of movies, whether they're sci-fi or semi-sci-fi and stuff. Like, you know, you could pick a bunch of stuff. It'd be in series of stuff. Like if you were going like for like sci-fi related stuff, it could be like, you know, you could have like Fifth Element and Metropolis and a whole bunch of other kind of
Yeah.
stuff on the same sort of track, but it's all still within like a classic film era or something, like just because they started off in that at one point,
Yeah.
then they kind of just dropped off.
Garrett, how's it going, mate?
Good. How are you?
Yeah.
hey, Garrett,
Yeah.
Hello, Mayo.
what's
I
up?
don't know
What's
who
up?
else is in here?
Yeah. So do you? So I'm not sure if you caught that question while you were coming in here.
Yeah, so a theme, Garrett, that you would like Lego to do, even if it's just a couple of sets. I'm not saying, you know, they've got to do deep dive on it necessarily, but something you feel like you would catch your attention to the point where, yeah, I'm going to spend some money on those sets. And I'll give you some examples that we brought up. So Mayo said the NFL, to get the NFL back. I went for He-Man. I'm just seeing a lot of mocks, and I know you saw a couple as well at Brickworld, and they were like fantastic, the He-Man ones, because that's like my generation. But also, if they were to do something more with Tron than what they've done, Panda came up with like, you know, a kind of like, and it's quite an interesting one actually, because it's talking about like a classic movies line. So rather than it be one particular IP, it could be like classic movies. Like maybe like a fig or a kind of buildable character from each of those, which would be good. Because I remember speaking to Kirsty, and she was saying it'd be great about having like, you know, the classic horror characters in like, you know, like a sort of not minifig scale, but kind of like buildable scale, like maybe not quite as big as C-3PO, but something like half that size, maybe, of like Jason, you know, Freddy, that kind of stuff. So you can kind of have them as kind of statues or whatever on display. That would be pretty cool, I think. How about yourself, mate? Anything you could think of?
Yeah, I think that kind of stuff would be pretty cool. I have to wait for my brain to wake up, but I know I've had ideas before. I'm like, man, I wish Lego would do this.
Yeah, put you on the spot, mate.
Yeah. I've always wanted to see more wildlife. I think that they could do really realistic, like a deer or like a duck or like I don't know, some like I feel
Something-
like maybe a cow or a. I feel like a cow or a horse might be a little bit boring, but you know, like I don't know, something cool. Like, but I'm sure though, if they had like a $400 polar bear, I don't think they would sell too many of them. But I don't know. I guess that's more for mock building stuff.
So if you're talking about fauna and flora, maybe something with a David Attenborough and the Animal Planet stuff, maybe.
Yes, like yeah, something off
Could you imagine a David Attenborough minifigure? I think that would be as collectible as what the new Brad Pitt minifigure will be.
Oh yeah, no, that
Yeah.
I mean that would be a sweet minifigure to have.
They could have done that because it did the Jane Goodall set. They could do something
Yeah.
similar along that line.
Yeah, because like I'm like you got me thinking Garrett, because like I've just built this earlier,
Yeah.
and I've just built this.
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
Mayo,
those are
Mayo's
cool.
built more sets in this stream than I've built all year.
yeah, like with your answer, I think wouldn't it be cool if they made sets based upon specific episodes on the Animal Planet, etc. I think with the way that so many mock builders like myself like to build nature, and the way that the botanicals theme has sold really well, there's definitely something in there. And Panda, with what you said about the classic movies, they already have the Disney license. They already have the Warner Brothers license. I don't know
Yeah.
if they have. I don't know if they have the Paramount Pictures license, which is why so many 80s movies in particular get approved in the Lego Ideas program.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential there, I think.
Hello, Force Bricks.
Except
Oh,
for
I forgot
Brick.
to say hi to Panda. I was sorry. I thought that was Cool Han's other camera, and I thought he was like building a car. I didn't realize there was somebody else in here.
Oh, it's all good.
No, mate. But I got to show you this picture from earlier. You might have been in the chat and seen it yourself, but
Yeah, I've been in and out a little bit. I was eating breakfast.
check
Yeah.
this out. Let me full screen myself first.
So that's Mayo and Whittaky.
That's so funny. It lines up perfectly. Oh my gosh.
That was class.
That's pretty funny.
And that'll make a killer post on Martin's Instagram.
Yeah, I wish
Yeah,
I could have seen a picture, but whoops. But yeah.
that's pretty funny.
But
Yes. Right now, I'm gonna build the baby cart set in Mario.
Oh,
nice.
nice.
See, I love that one, and I was like, wait, what's trying to open on my computer? I love that one, and I was like, oh, I really want to get this one for my daughter, but she's just over it now, over Lego in general, but also over the Lego Mario theme.
Yeah,
I want to buy them for myself.
I've been playing Mario Kart Wii for 17 years. So when the Mario Kart sets finally went on sale here, I spent $250 on sets for them. Oh yes,
How could you play Mario Kart Wii for 17 years?
yeah, because I remember Christmas 2007. We got the Wii, and then Christmas 2008 we got Mario Kart, and yeah, so many good memories.
We
That
said
is
that.
crazy that the Wii came out almost 15 years ago now. That's like
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The
bro,
Wii U.
that is hard to think about. I was like,
No, he's right. It's been 18 years nearly.
Mhm.
that's crazy. Like,
Yeah, it's been 18 years and 17 years since.
because
The
to me, like the Super Nintendo is old, but like
Yeah.
That's
the Wii being
1990,
15
right?
years old.
The Super Nintendo, that was 1990, right?
Yeah, it's around there.
90 or 99.
94?
91 or 90 or 91.
64 then was 97 ish.
I remember
then-
when the Wii came out, I was like 10 or something like that. I don't know. I was born in 96.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I've had one since it came out, but I wouldn't have. Now I think about it, it has been a long time. But I remember my daughter when we were playing the Switch, and we'd had the Wii before the Switch, but she played it when she was very young, and obviously it was old then. But she was like, "Oh, can we get out that old game thing that you used to play? You know, the old one, the very old one?" And I was like, "I don't ever remember getting any of my old ones out."
What's the old one?
She was on about the Wii because to her,
Oh,
that was
really?
The old one, the really old one.
she's only like 11 years old, so you know,
Yeah.
it was kind of oldish when he was like 7 or 8 years old when she was born, and she didn't start playing it till she was like 4 or 5. So, you know, it's a long time for her. So, but that's crazy to think that, because that's like, you know, I remember, you know, I bought one of those as an adult. I just think Jesus makes me feel old. Force Bricks is saying Futurama, which I think is a good shout, and I've seen it. Futurama.
That's Ultra. Oh no, sorry. Yes, yeah, he was.
Force Bricks, aka Legend Bricks. I kept calling him Legend.
Oh, that's his name. That's his name change. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. I kept calling him Legend in the stream, and I don't know why I kept doing it. I think it was because his icon looked the same. And then he did say, actually, I am Legend Bricks. And I was like, oh, there you go. So either my brain was telling me something or it's just coincidence. But anyway, yeah, Legend Bricks, aka Force Bricks. The link is there, mate, if you want to come and pop on and have a little shout. But what I will say is that it reminded me him saying, I know they're not necessarily linked, but it reminded me seeing Futurama that they got Power Rangers coming out. Maybe I was the wrong generation because it came out when I was quite a lot older. But like I'm thinking, Legos have acquired that IP as well. But like, was anybody asking for that? Did anybody want that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like Power Rangers it was cool at the time, but it was just like a passing fad. I don't think it's got like nostalgic, like things like He-Man and stuff have got nostalgia.
It's certainly not competing with any of the others.
Yeah, it's just
because I don't think Power Rangers holds up in the way that Dragon Ball Z holds up.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't know anything about Dragon Ball Z. I know less, but I still would understand that there's people who want that because Power Rangers. I don't know. It's kind of like
Dragon Ball Z is still like a popular thing, very trendy right now. I think there's even like a Minecraft DLC for it.
Yeah, well, and it was a big deal.
I don't see Power Rangers being anything other than the new Lego mentioning of it, that it's really been hot on anybody's.
I think the only reason why they go after Power Rangers is because there's so many there's so many avenues for things to build because they had so many like machines, and, like animals and like suits with both the Power Rangers all had to come together to build a suit and stuff like that. So there's a lot of like easy builds to like pull off, but I think Dragon Ball Z would be way more popular because it fits into the anime category, and there's way more people that watch anime than
that, and the fact that they've got One Piece currently on the go and could so easily very easily put something else.
I don't know why everything keeps freezing
in that stream as well.
And also, it's hard to argue that the Bionicle sets weren't based upon Power Rangers with the 5 colors, etc.
Oh, I mean, there's also the fact that they, Power Rangers, be in the same line, sort of as like Voltron, and they just did that standalone Voltron set.
It is going to make a great toy, I think. Power Rangers.
They can do more with it and it be its own thing.
Yeah, so maybe that's what it is. They're trying to get a new generation into Power Rangers as opposed to appeasing the older fans like they would if they did some of the other stuff. So
I know there's people that collect like the old Power Rangers like toys and stuff, but I don't know. I'm sure there's some nostalgia, but it's not a super big group of people. Did I freeze on that? Because you guys all froze for me, and I had to reload the page.
It was a little something.
Yeah, you opened back. Effectively, you were on the stream in 2 different windows at one point. I don't know how you.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just reloaded the page because everyone froze on.
He probably went in while the other one was still in there.
Yeah,
it timed out and left just now.
I mean, yeah, there wasn't 2 of you on the screen, but it was saying in the green room there was two windows. Yeah. So how's things at home, mate? How's your boy?
He's doing good. I was bummed I wasn't able to join the last stream because Whittaky was like, I need you to be on, and I was like, I'll try, and then I was like, I can't.
Yeah, well, it's funny because they told me that you were going to be on it, so I added you to the thumbnail, and I even gave your chicken. I even gave your cock a cowl.
I saw that. That was super funny. I loved that. It was really funny. But yeah, I thought he was gonna take a nap and I was gonna join for a couple hours, and then I wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, and in case you don't know what I'm talking about, our regular stream on Sundays, I wasn't able to make it because I was in work, but my other two main co-hosts ran the show. And they decided to do a Batman episode, specifically talking about all the different versions of Batman's Batmobile or Batcar, or whatever you want to call it. It's been called different things over the years. So, so I just kind of quickly threw together a thumbnail for the guys because I think they were going to try and do it themselves at one point, and I just kind of got an image of a. I wish I still had it here. I deleted it the other day, but the cowl. So of course Garrett's on there holding his chicken, aka his cock, and I put a cowl on him. It actually, I have to pick it. I have to find it now just so I can show it. People wonder what the hell I'm talking about.
It was pretty funny. I was excited too about it because I really like Lego Batman.
Wow, we know, mate. That was the thing.
I think the only time I've ever been interested in anything Lego Batman was I wanted to get a lot of the sets after I went and saw the Lego Batman movie in theaters.
Yeah. So check this out.
That's funny.
So if you look down the bottom here, you can see. I mean, the eyes didn't quite match up because obviously the eyes are on the side of his head. But
Yeah,
still,
it's a chicken, but it was still pretty funny.
That's just like your thumbnails where everyone's wearing their shades.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, pretty much, yeah. But it was quite a popular episode, in fairness. Lots of people clickbaiting and saying only came for Garrett and he's not here.
And there are the babies. That's so cool.
Man, Mayo's fast at building.
Jesus. Yeah, it took me like half an hour to build this little.
I'm so happy to have those babies. Well, I build a lot faster on other people's streams than my own stream.
Well, I was going to say you've built all the shells as well. I can see. Is that or not? Whatever those things are that they throw.
The balloons.
Oh, balloons. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
These
sorry,
are. I think these balloons are representative of the balloon battle.
yeah, where they got to
In
pop on
battle mode, where you have the 3 balloons, and you have to try and pop everyone else's.
Well, it's
They
funny
make
actually.
in
when
the
I
line
saw-
of the green and the red.
I saw them and I thought they were supposed to be representation of the shells flying through the air. I mean,
No,
but
I
I have
think
seen
that's
the shells in that
balloon-
scale. So
the balloons in battle mode. I previously built a Yoshi bike that has one of the shell attachments. I'll try and find it.
what happened to your finger, Mayo? Just noticed one of your fingers is swollen.
He'll have to go find a Lego set.
Thought he might still be in earshot. What's the last thing you built then, Garrett?
The yellow car that we did a stream together in, like
Never. Really?
2 months ago. Yeah,
Jesus, even I've built since then.
yeah. I've been busy. I went and did firefighting for like a month, and I was gone. Yeah, for like a month, and you work 12 days on 12-hour shifts, and then you get like 1 or 2 days off. And I spent those with my son, and then I went back to firefighting for 12 days, and so like I was gone a lot.
Was that like regular firefighting or mountain firefighting?
Yeah, like wildfire, mountain, like firefighting. We had a big piece of heavy equipment, like a big excavator and a lowboy, and we were contracted to do like a fire line where they cut down a strip of trees and then we move the trees out of the way. That way, if this fire spreads to that point, it can stop there. And so we were building some fire lines around a seed orchard and then they were cutting other fire lines along the road, and then the log trucks were bringing wood, and then we were using our machine to stack the wood in big piles. So it was fun. It was a lot of work, but I ended up sitting in the pickup a lot because I was supposed to be the truck driver, and so they had us move the exit because the excavator has metal tracks and you can't drive it on the road. And so every time we had to move it up and down the road, we would put it on the semi truck, and then I would drive it up the hill and then take it off.
Yeah.
So it was a fun experience. I wasn't like on the ground, boots on the ground, like with a shovel, like trying to beat the fire down or anything like that. But we were pretty close to where it was. I think it was like 30,000 acres or something like that.
Damn.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you the other day, mate. I don't know where I was going somewhere, and I seen a huge log truck pass, and I was like, I wonder what character do right now.
Well, I can't find the shell that's supposed to go with the Yoshi, but I have a standard cart set, and you can see what the shell looks like.
Yeah. I thought I remember seeing him in that scale. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, I have a bunch of sets I need to build. I still need to build the gumball machine. I need to build the Bat Cave. I need to build Jabba's sail barge from 2004.
Oh, wow.
And I have the UCS Jango Fett Slave 1 still sealed in the box, but I don't know. I'm saving that for a really rainy day.
Well, if you ever want to do a build scheme, mate, just reach out to me. Generally, I'm readily available. And of course, if you want to do a show, our show, then let me know. I am going to say that on Wednesday night, I've been invited on Keith's show, Creator Spotlight show. So he's doing it for a year. He's been doing a year now, so it's. I always get his and your names because they're so similar. So his is Brick Together, Click Together, and his, he's invited everybody who's had on his show in the past year, which is like probably
a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's been quite consistent with it. So you're talking like 50 odd people to pop on his show at some point to say a stream similar to this kind of thing, I guess. So I said, look, I'll stay up. I think it goes live at 1, I believe, 9 o'clock. He's Eastern. Yeah, he's Pennsylvania. So 9, 10, yeah. So that'd be 1. So 1 o'clock. So I said I could stay up for the first hour. So essentially, what I was going to say is, I could be free like 11 or 12 that night potentially if you wanted to do something. But let me know.
Okay, yeah, and I've been meaning to communicate with you. The work slowed down quite a bit, so I've had like a lot of free time, so I could literally make anything work. Like, I could even get up at 5 o'clock in the morning my time, so you wouldn't have to stay up super late.
Yeah,
because you're like, I can't remember. It's like
8
8 hours ahead of me.
And
Yes.
scheduling. Yes, you go.
No, I was going to say 5 in the morning for you. It's going to be like 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So that would be perfect right after actually have that day off as well, because I'd be in work otherwise. But yeah, it is frustrating. It is frustrating, mate. But it is what it is. But it's all here, ready to go. I haven't deleted anything, so I can change the icon right now.
And the scheduling conflicts like that. The scheduling conflicts with that, trying to manage time zones, is why when I'm home alone, I prefer to be awake when all of my friends are awake, even if that means being awake at 4:18 a.m.
Is that what time it is now? Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel as fresh as a daisy because I woke up at 4 p.m. yesterday.
Yeah, I guess. Yes, you've only been up 12 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been doing that. My sleep schedule is a mess right now because I've been playing video games with my friends, and so like,
I understand that.
I've been waking up at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and then staying up till like 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
It's like this sleep schedule is terrible.
Yeah.
So I
So you-
finally fixed it today and woke up at like 8:30 instead of 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, Kohan Luke's live, sweet.
Yeah. So you bought the Gumball machine set.
I did at Brickworld Chicago, and then I sold all the minifigures out of it, and everyone was laughing at me because they thought I was crazy. But I literally paid for over half the set. I sold like $100 worth of minifigures out of a $200 set, so it was a pretty good deal to me. Because I do like the Spacemen and a few figures from the set, but I don't care about them because they're not Star Wars. And I wanted to use the Gumball machine to make Star Wars content, so I was like, "You guys can have all the figures."
Yeah. Well, we were talking about that that Disney TV a gift with purchase before you got here. I bought the Gumball machine set to get that a gift with purchase. So I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that in the mail because you're right. The minifigures from that set do sell well.
They do. The especially the Spacemen and some of the like river monsters and stuff like that.
It was just like it, right. So let me set the picture now for you guys. All right, because we've joked about this a lot, but I'm not sure if you guys have been privy to that conversation. But so imagine obviously, Mayo, I know you've been to Brickworld. I don't know about yourself, Panda, but
he's been
right. So they have the illegal garage sale, right, which is in the lobby, and it was like carnage. There was like people everywhere scrambling over each other to buy sets off each other, whatever. And I mean, you couldn't even really get to any of the chairs, but Garrett pulls up a seat. We're all kind of, me and like everybody we were there with, which is pretty much everybody. So we're all just kind of mingling and looking at what's going on. I was just there just for browsing. I did end up buying a set for myself, but which actually I've got here. I ended up actually buying that from the legal garage sale from Fritz Bricks. So shout out to Fritz. Give me a good price on that. But while all of this carnage is going on, Garrett just pulls up a seat at like one of the breakfast bar style things.
I was one of the first like 5 people there, just for context, because I heard through the grapevine that they were going to do it. Like someone was talking to me and we were walking down the hallway. They're like, "Oh, we're going to do the garage sale like in like 10 minutes." I was like, "Okay." So I ran up to my room and grabbed like some of my Pokemon cards and stuff I wanted to sell. And then I saw the Gumball machine. It's like, I don't want any of these figures. I bet everyone and their mom wants these figures. And so that's all. And then I was like the 5th person down there to sit down. So there was plenty of seating when I got there. But by the time Kohan got there, it was packed.
Yeah. Well, I think it's not so much the fact that you grabbed the seat, but it's the fact there was so much going on around you that even if you did have a seat, you know, the last thing I would expect is for somebody to bust open a set like that, empty out like the bags onto the table and start opening the bags to pull out the figures. And I was just like, what is it? And like Slurpee, I remember came over and he was even more blown. I was like, look at it, check him out. Fair play to him. He's giving it a go. But he's like, why would you not take that to his room and pull the figures out and bring them down? He's just like busting open there and he's ripping open all the bags. Of course, you've got to open like near enough all the bags to get to all of these figures. And he's just ripping them open and people are crowding around him and hands are going everywhere. And I was just like, those pieces are going to be all over the floor. And it's just like, it was crazy. You know, I mean, the idea of just trying to open and dig out pieces from a Lego set while so many people around is just blew my mind. But he was just there loving it. We were all ripping into him.
I didn't have time to dig out the figures beforehand. I was just like, okay.
So you bought that set at Brickworld Chicago and then sold the minifigures from that set at Brickworld Chicago.
Yeah, so technically we bought it at the Lego store in Chicago. Me and Kohan and a few other people went. I think it was the same day. I think we went like that day, and then that evening,
one at the
5
Woodfield
hours
Mall?
later.
The one at the Woodfield Mall, or
Yeah,
I
the
think so.
Woodfield
Yeah,
Mall.
the big mall. Yeah.
Because I know the market of the figs like that because in 2023, the first time I went to Chicago, I didn't bring any I didn't bring any cash to the yard sale because I didn't anticipate wanting to buy anything until I saw people selling vintage stuff. And so what I was able to do, I wasn't able to jump on any of the vintage stuff. But what I did do is I bought with me a whole bag of minifigures, mainly from the UCS Daily Bugle. And I was thinking to myself, you know what? I don't want to buy anything at the yard sale, but I'll bring these figs as trade bait and see if I'm able to trade for anything. And so when people were packing up their booths, I had about $200 worth of figs on me. And so there was these people who were trying to sell some of the gift with purchases and Creator 3-in-1 sets. So I was able to trade $200 worth of figs for $200 worth of gift with purchases. And I was so glad because I didn't want those figs, but I can use pieces from a gift with purchase to make mocks. So I was very happy. And I had to stuff them all into my suitcase on the way home. Crazy story.
I had to buy a second suit. Amy ended up having a second suitcase, and I was gonna have to buy one. And then she's like, "Oh, I have an extra one." I was like, "Really?" She's like, "You can have it for free."
Remember that though, mate, where we went to a route. I just felt like we were two door-to-door salesmen or something, where we were just like rocked up to Amy's room. She's giving me some random Star Wars Lego pieces. She's giving you and we're just like, the whole thing just felt like one big hustle. Like, just,
Yeah.
It was crazy.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt making those trades.
Yeah, it was. You can write that stuff though. That's what makes it good. I just didn't realize that this actually would work. Going off the subject slightly for a sec, Garrett, is that I didn't realize. I saw that Mayo was streaming, and I just thought, oh, wonder, because I know your channel's connected to this StreamYard. I was wondering if it would work, but I don't know whether you want me to. So do you want me to take it back off, or are you okay with it being on there?
I don't mind. I mean, I just wanted to pop on and say hi and hang out with you guys. But I kind of feel bad for my YouTube channel. I've not posted anything in like 9 months or a year.
I just wanted to see if it worked because I've never tried it halfway through a stream. So I thought I'd see it and immediately got a notification on my phone because I've got the bell on for your YouTube channel. Immediately got a notification on my phone saying Garrett is now streaming live. But obviously it's just from this point. So I don't know whether you want me to take it back off or whatever. I can do it. I was just kind of testing it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I wonder. Let me see if I can.
I mean, I was supposed to be finishing. This is only supposed to be a 4-hour stream, so we'll be closing it soon anyway. But it's up to you. I mean, you've got access to StreamYard and all the same access that I've got. So if you guys want to keep it going, then don't make any difference to me.
I'm probably gonna go when you go because I'm gonna need breakfast soon.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go when you go too. But I was just wondering if it was working because I don't. When I click on my channel, it doesn't show that I'm live, and I usually have to like search it up, which drives me nuts.
Wait a sec. Let me look.
I was just curious if it was working or not.
You changed your icon? Oh no. Yeah, no, it's showing you live.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, for all it's worth, like I said, you know, I wouldn't do that with anybody else's, but because you've got the StreamYard, then you never know.
Yeah, no, I like paid for it, and then I've like not used it at all.
I feel bad you're not getting your money's worth, really. So
No, it was. I knew there was risk involved. I was like, I don't care. I wanted at least some of us were going to use it. I knew that, so I just wanted us to be able to have the ability to have lots of people on and stream to multiple platforms.
Well, yeah, but not only that,
but
if you want to do a random stream anytime, even if none of us are involved, or you want to do it just for yourself, you got it. It's there for you as well. It's not like, you know, it has to be a cooperative thing. I've said the same to Witticky and Slurpee. If they want to do it, just do random streams whenever they feel like it, then it's there, like they paid for it, so get the money's worth.
Yeah, I've been wanting to stream and play through the Lego Batman game and stream it to a couple of different platforms, but I just haven't done it.
Mm.
Yeah. Because since you pay the StreamYard, your guests can stream to their destinations, which is why I've been simulcasting for the past 58 minutes to my Twitch account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in Garrett's case, he's actually got full access to the StreamYard as well as that, because we went 4 ways on it. Because at the time when we decided to pay, me and Garrett were planning to do our own show, and we only got a chance to do a pilot episode, but we're hoping to iron that
I don't
out.
see why we can't do it. I mean, I haven't had a chance to communicate with you much, but I should have plenty of time until like April probably to do it. So I mean, we should be able to get quite a few episodes in this winter.
Yeah, well, we just have to work out a day, because I think I'd rather it be the same day every week. I'll find it easier to a set day and then working my work and everything else around that than just kind of going as and when. But because Nimbles reached out to me as well recently and said he'd like to do a regular stream, so we've done 2 convention streams now, so we're going to try and commit to doing every other Friday doing a stream about just random topics, but a little bit different because it's not Lego based. But so I'm just trying to squeeze every drop out of it since we're paying. So
yeah, we got to get our money's worth out of it.
Yeah. There's a lot of colors on your screen, Panda.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, just trying to work out. Is this a Bricklink order come in?
No, I'm just sorting, organizing.
Right. So this is just your
It's just parts, just everything.
Oh well, okay.
This is just
No, your parts collection looks like that. Mine are in like sacks like this. So whenever I want to find anything, it's all one color mixed in. Well, I think I've got about 2 of these for each color. 3 for white and black. But
oh man, I get stuff that looks like that too.
so I gotta tip all this out
to be sorted in this area.
if I want a specific piece. It's such a nightmare. I wish I had the space to segregate into part type as well.
And then all of the fancy sorters like me buy those orange drawers that people buy on Amazon, but I buy on eBay.
Yeah, it's been a while since I bought a thing of parts. It's just not even worth it because I haven't sorted out the last lot. So there you go. What we do in more time. But yeah, we're coming up to the 4 hours here, guys. So like you said, if everybody's kind of done and dusted, we'll cut it off here. But wait.
I saw this set I need to build.
Oh, a studio set.
Yeah, I also have the mothership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's got the digital camera in it.
Yeah, I bought it new. It had the sealed poly bag with the dinosaur in it and everything for like $140. It's like a deal. And then I got this set sealed as well. I just recently opened it. It has the background in it that moves.
Nice. Yeah, so like I said, we're coming up to 4 hours. Well, we've just gone over 4 hours, so we're going to close it off here, guys. We have got another stream going. I'm having a 4 hour break, and I'm back in 4 hours from now. So rather than you try to work out everybody's timeline, in 4 hours' time, whatever time that is for you, that's 10 p.m. here in the UK. I believe it's 5 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, would be, 2 p.m. On the Pacific coast.
And that'll be 8:30 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
It'll be 2:00 in the afternoon here on the West Coast.
I'm going to go watch, and while we're on break, I'm going to go watch college football.
Yeah, so we'll be back then for another 4 hour session, and it'll be the night. The black ice. I know it won't be night for all of you guys necessarily. In fact, for almost none of you, but it'll be nighttime here for us. So we'll see you guys back here. Obviously, you guys on the screen are welcome to come back. But anybody else out there watching this between now and when that goes live, it's free to join. Anybody in the chat? and thanks for everybody who's watched up until now. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. I was doing one of these crazy jelly bean challenge things every time we hit 5 more likes, and I think I'm just going to see now if we've gone to another threshold. No, we're on 21. So, oh no, sorry, 22. So if we can get 3 more likes within the next minute, then I'll do another bean before we leave. In fact, I might do it anyway just for laughs, but try and get some likes in there and comments and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's kind of weird now because I'm scrolling through and I'm seeing my stream and Garrett's stream, both the same thing. But yeah, right, okay. So I think everybody who's here has already liked it, most likely. So
Yeah,
we're going to put one more bean before we go, just for laughs. So let's give it a spin. Oh, that didn't spin very well. That's right. And we've got the green one, which is either watermelon or cabbage. So far, we've been 3 out of 3 on the nice tasting ones. So let's see what this is before we go. Ah, immediately cabbage. Immediately cabbage.
There's some crazy flavored jelly beans out there.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about some of the flavors earlier. My favorite is it the pear or is it the vomit?
Nice.
That's your favorite?
Favorite.
Because the pear is so good, but the vomit is so bad.
Is it worth the risk? Like, yeah.
It is for me because I think the juicy pear flavor is my favorite of Jelly Bellies.
But that's us, guys. So appreciate you all, and we'll see you back here in about 4 hours' time for Black Ice Cold Stream. Oh, I gotta, before I do this, I gotta change this out.
Later, everyone.
Yeah, cheers, Panda. Let me change the background first, though, because my outro won't work without it. There we go. Get rid of everybody. So yeah, I did a new intro, but it's in like portrait mode. So when it plays, you can just see all the background and it messed up.